possible. So they turned their eyes north, towards Norway. Neutral Sweden was exporting iron ore to Germany through neutral Norway, so the Allies asked them if they could please stop exporting iron ore to Germany, but this request was refused. Then, the Soviet Union attacked Finland, so the Allies said, how about we land troops in Norway and move them across Sweden to go help out your good pal Finland, and along the way maybe take control of all your influence. But Norway and Sweden still said no. So the UK mined the waters around Norway to force any transport ships into international waters, and they also attacked a German tanker they found in the area. Hitler realized what the Allies were up to, and he quickly moved to secure his supply of iron ore. He launched an invasion through Denmark into Norway. The Allies rushed around troops at key ports along the coast, but Germany had taken control of Norway's airfield, and their air superiority decided the fight. The Allies had to retreat. After this slightly embarrassing failure, Chamberlain resigned, and was replaced with Winston Churchill, who had a slightly different approach.
He looks like such a badass.
To dealing with the Germans. Hitler's overall strategy was similar to Germany's First World War strategy. Attack France, defeat France, knocking out the UK in the process, then turn on the Soviet Union and win the war. During the Cold War, the Allies had given Hitler time to prepare his forces. Now, he was ready to attack. The Allies had wanted to place troops in Belgium, but Belgium had refused, and in a move that surprised pretty much no one, Hitler launched an invasion of Germany defenses. The Allies charged into Belgium at full speed to meet the German invasion head-on, and it looked like they were able to first world war was coming. But this time, Hitler had a trick up his sleeve. Blitzkrieg. As the Germans advanced, they sent thousands of refugees westward, slowing down the Allies. Then, to the south, the French had left the Ardennes, an area full of hills and forests, hurting with their Finland because they thought it was naturally impenetrable. But the Germans were able to penetrate it by Hitler. They smashed 50 Wehrmacht divisions through and encircled the Allied army at speed. The best of the Allied forces were met at front. The Germans squeezed in from the side, taking out France's best army, and nearly wiping out the British too, but they managed to make a desperate last-minute escape at Dunkirk, with British civilian ships even making perilous journey to bring their unit home. With most of the French forces depleted, the Germans breezed through, taking Paris and France fell. What the Germans couldn't do in World War I, Hitler had done just that. Hitler hoped that with the fall of France, the UK would also lose hope and seek peace. But quite annoyingly, it didn't, and he needed to secure the Western
Hey, good morning.
to force them into submission with mind games. The UK were now all alone, and Hitler wanted to emphasize that.
I'm gonna mute that because I really can't hear it anyway. I was wanting to hear that later though. It's a video of a German guy watching oversimplified video of World War II. So I kind of wanted to hear his take of it. I kind of got into those videos last night. I watched one of Korean girls trying American barbecue. I thought that was pretty funny. There was another one of Korean girls trying American pizzas. I know that Iran launched an attack on the tankers. At least that's what I heard last. Hang on, let me see if... I hate that he posts on two fucking channels. That was yesterday, so it's got to be on Nugs Taku. I think I watched all his videos, though. 17 hours ago. That's the latest one I got. I didn't...
And again and again.
What debate is this?
Give a huge welcome to our very special guest today, Nugs. Welcome.
Hello. Welcome. Iranians, hello. How are we doing, guys? Anything going on in the world?
I don't know. Seems a little quiet these days. Just the usual,
highest civilian honor in Pakistan.
It is actually. It is. They celebrate that.
You gotta respect the word.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Knox. Really, really appreciate that. And first of all, I just want to say on behalf of all the Iranians who are watching and those who support us, thank you for using your platform to raise awareness about His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. It really means a lot to us. You don't have to do that at all. So, my first question to you is, why? Why are you speaking out? And, what made you decide to speak out about, Iran and Iranians?
Well, I saw Che Younger didn't like the war, so I immediately had to support it. That's basically, I'm a simple man. No, but seriously. So, here I am. I'm seeing all sorts of evil, okay, I'm not going to swear on your channel, all sorts of evil things and shenanigans across the world.
Nux, I will give you a break because I know you're spicy. Armin has the rule. Armin can't swear, but if you do things here and there, I'll let it pass. So it's okay.
Discrimination.
All right, I'll
Being
do my
oppressed.
best. Yeah, so I see real people getting oppressed, all right, and then I see, the tolerant left basically supporting the oppressors again and again and again. So, I'm not like, I try to, when Pakistan and India were getting into like beef last year, I covered that too, obviously on the side of India in that instance. But, I try to be level-headed in general. I didn't bring up Prince Pahlavi because, I was trying to virtue signal. If I was trying to virtue signal, I would be getting Cascarian on my show to make fun of Jews or something. I saw an injustice and I wanted to make fun of, okay, I'm not going to swear. I wanted to make fun of unscrupulous individuals. Which in this instance was the gay, penis, the fig, penis not working Ayatollah guy. Okay. One of them.
The gay Ayatollah, that's what they call him on Fox News. Yeah.
It works only for a certain demographic, unfortunately. For boys, unfortunately. That's what his type is.
Well, that fits very well into the leftist sex trafficking policies, which is why they left the border open. That fits. It worked out great.
So tell us a little bit about yourself. One thing we want to do next is we want to introduce you to obviously our Iranian community, the Iranian diaspora. They're watching this right now. They're confused. They're like, who's this cartoon character here? So, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your channel? What you stand for, the kinds of things that you speak about, the things that you call out. Maybe just like a bit of an intro as to who you are and why you're doing all this.
I'm a blue cartoon on the internet. I started off making anime type videos or whatever and stuff, and as I continued doing internet things and I started amassing an audience, I actually wanted to do things that mattered more, I guess. Not that I mattered, but and I try my best to be honest about things that I see and call out assholes when they deserve it, and then I ended up just becoming a politics channel. That's where most of the assholes are. So at this point, I try my best, and honestly, being anonymous on the internet has definitely helped. Lots of death threats and stuff, and that's because leftists want to kill me, I guess. But hey, that means you're doing something right.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I actually used to be a politician in Canada, and then I saw. Oh yeah, believe me. I would.
I used to live in Canada, so I'm saying this from personal knowledge, okay?
So I was a conservative politician. I was actually kicked out of my party because the Islamists and jihadis of Islamophobia for raising awareness about anti-Semitism and Jew hatred in Canada. Yeah, so I took a picture with Robinson. Yeah, I took a picture with Tommy Robinson, and they didn't like that, so I was kicked out of my party for that. So Canada, unfortunately, a bit of a lost cause, but yeah, politicians, I know them quite well, and a lot of them are a-holes, so I have to agree with on that for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that. That's a crazy backstory.
Does the hate get to you sometimes? Like, does it bother you?
I guess it used to. At this point, it's just like good content. If I see like someone, you know, with a, you know, because some death threats are like very creative, and those are always appreciated. Like, if you're gonna send me death threats, like I want to be able to make content out of it, if possible. So those are great. You know, usually it's just like the normal, like, you know, out of context clips and disingenuous lies and stuff like that. That's more annoying. But the creative death threats are always good.
Who do you get the most attacked by? Leftists or Muslims or what?
What's the difference? You know, like imagine Hassan Piker's audience archetype. Like, you know, I guess 25-year-old male in his mother's basement, kind of a communist, supports jihad. That guy's my normal hater.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, well, you get accused by the weirdos and like the deranged, you know, leftist lunatic freaks that I call them, of like inciting violence. Meanwhile, they're the ones who are actually the ones inciting violence. But the gaslighting is insane.
What do you mean? They're inciting violence. You didn't hear? Every time leftists try to kill someone, it's a staged event. You didn't hear that?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's always like a false flag or something like that. Meanwhile, you know, there's actually documented proof that it's the Islamists flag events. In fact, the 1979 Islamic Revolution happened because of a false flag event that the communists.
Really?
Oh yeah, it's called Cinema Rex. Yeah, Cinema Rex. So the false flag events are always from the Islamist and communist side. Unfortunately, so but
my favorite part about the false flags is like these guys will be like, I will blow you up, and then they'll blow you up, and then they'll be like, whoa, it was totally Israel, guys. It wasn't me. I was not involved. But then they'll still celebrate the explosion. Right? So
Yeah.
am I supposed to sit here and take you seriously?
Have you seen all of the TikTok videos? Have you seen all the TikTok videos of the leftists being upset that the assassination on Trump failed again? Like
Yeah, so they'll be sad that it failed, and at the same time, they will say that it was fake. They'll all be like, yeah, we want to kill him. We're going to try to kill him. Someone tries to kill him. That was fake. That was the Jews, probably. But still we have to try again and not miss next time. Like, so I just come to the conclusion that they just use words as weapons. They don't actually believe the things they say. And it's a much healthier mindset, you know? Like when they'll try to be like, Trump is criticizing Jimmy Kimmel. He's going against freedom of speech. And it's like, excuse me, you banned Trump from the internet while he was a sitting president.
I have the feeling I'm eventually going to need
Like,
that.
You're going to criticize people for freedom of speech? Yeah. So
you know, Nux, I think one of the reasons that you are getting a lot of attacks because of your content.
I wanna
what's the saying
explore
here?
my map more so I got an idea of what maps look like.
That's my phrase.
And then I want to start a new game, find one of those really small islands, and just build my base as an island. I might even look for like one of those little ones that got the shipwrecks on them.
Marxists and communists and black Islamists, and you know, they are united in this anti-imperialist, anti-Israel ideology, and it's that same ideology that destroyed Iran back in 1979 and turned it into, you know, an Islamic hellhole governed by Sharia law, with the help of Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, by the way, right? Like the Republicans supported the Shah, but it was the Democrats and Jimmy Carter, and that's exactly what we're seeing today with the Democrats supporting this violent movement on the far left, right? The Islamists and communists and jihadis, and so it's like what you're doing is really, really important because you are exposing this. Because ultimately, the left and Islamists are united by their anti-imperialism ideology, and you know, for them, it's all about, oh, you know, Jews are the colonizers, Israel's the colonizer. Meanwhile, the biggest colonizer in the Middle East are the Arab Muslims, and they've turned the entire Middle East into this sort of all sort of similar ideology, and really the only two main civilizations that were able to survive were, of course, the Jews and the Iranians.
Yep. I would argue that they're not actually anti-imperialist, and I think that once again you fall into the trap of
Yeah, I'm kind of want to get into the exploring more. See how much land
the best example ever is Hassan Piker.
the place actually has to offer.
He's pro-China and pro-Russia, right? He just supports the other empire, right? So I don't actually think they're anti-imperialist at all. Islam, as you mentioned, is the #1 colonial movement in the history
Yeah, with
of
the
world,
little markets
right?
that you could buy.
Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like,
I'd like to build a base where
they're pro-colonizer.
it's more or less a town.
So I actually don't subscribe to it.
But I want to explore the game a little more so that when I do start over,
like they're anti-Western. They're anti-Western. They want their own
I'll be able to do it a lot better.
and colonization.
So I think, again, I know that this is something that I guess it depends on the audience.
Actually, where I'm exploring now, it seems like the ships are trying to avoid me.
The biblical foundation of Western civilization. That's kind of the way
I can get into one hell of a fight right now. I'm completely surrounded.
They basically go against every single thing.
Boom, let's do this, boys.
You know, they're pro-abortion, child castration, cross-dressing, extrajudicial killing when they support it. Communism is basically stealing money from people that earn it and redistributing it to people that didn't. And it's like, it's almost like a checklist. That's pride parades. Isn't pride like one of the deadliest days, like the worst of them? You know? That's celebrated. So, I don't know, man. I kind of think it's a little
I'm
more
literally on top of that boat.
So look, I consider United States to be the greatest anti-imperialist force in the world. Because whatever involvement they have around the world with any other country is like consent, unless it's a tyranny. And because imperialism, anti-imperialism means that you respect the sovereignty of the people in any area. So when the United States is attacking tyrants, it's not imperialism. It's actually moving against the forces that are challenging the sovereignty of the people, and with any other country, they're doing it in consent. So anything that empowers the people is anti-imperialist. One thing that I have a friend.
I'm filling up my ship.
Countries are great because of Enlightenment values, and I know I'm not here to debate. I just want to say another perspective is that it was the Enlightenment values coming out of Western Europe that made Western countries give them the principles and great. And again, I mean, this is just a. I don't think it was, and I know many people in the chat are on your side, and that's what I'm saying. But there's another perspective that it's not like Judeo-Christian values, it's Enlightenment values that is the reason for the superiority of Western values.
I mean, we could definitely debate exactly what made the West really awesome. We definitely could, and I think it's probably a mix of things. But okay, so they don't like both of those things because those are not values that are shared with that entire swath of the world, from the Islamists to the communists and all those guys. So I'm not gonna sit here and split hairs. The idea, though, that it's anti-imperialism is something I reject, though. Because I don't think they believe it. I don't think they care. They'd conquer the world if they could. They just can't. Because they're 85 IQ inbreds. No thanks. But, they're trying. They're bad. Oh, yeah, I'm not racist. So I say 85 instead of, 65, which is more Somalia area.
But you know what? You do actually make a very good point about the anti-imperialism. I think it's more accurate to probably say anti-Western imperialism, because they do want to impose their own form of imperialism on the world, which is this Islamic caliphate and jihad. And Armin has shared a lot of these videos of we call them like the Heyday videos. I don't know if you've seen any of them, but like they're basically you know, in their like jihadi, we call it Durga Durga songs. You know, in these songs, like they're basically talking about like colonial expansion, and you know, they're also talking about how they want to like destroy Israel and things like that. And so, you know, on the topic of Israel, actually, I wanted to know, you know, what can we and you know our viewers and you know people in general, what can we do to help combat the you know rise of anti-Semitism and just you know overall sort of Jew hate that we're seeing here? You know, people
So
call
I
you
think a lot of it is
Jews. I'm assuming you're Jewish.
I am Jewish, but I think ultimately you just you're not allowed to be retarded. I feel like that's the number one source of all this is you know. So again, I think it's a mix of many different issues. I mean, at some point, you know, you complain when the Jews are rich, and you complain when the Jews are poor, and you complain when the Jews have too much power and integrate too well, and you complain when the Jews aren't integrating at all. At some point, you have to realize that the reason you don't have a girlfriend is kind of your fault, not the Jews. However, I mean, Jews have their own issues sometimes too. I'm not gonna lie. It's not like there's it doesn't mean that you know we should have Muslims stabbing Jews in public in London or anything, but you know, ultimately, I feel like it's just it's like a social retardation that's just very very palatable because there's a huge audience for it. It's a really easy way to shift blame, and it's just everyone likes to be a victim sometimes.
And you know something, it actually makes money because I've noticed with the way like this X monetization has been working in the past, people have found out that they can like there's actually a huge like Jew-hating grift that they can go on where there's you know they against Jews in Israel, they get so many likes and views, and this can be monetized, and so this encourages people to become, you know, even more, you know, anti-Israel or you know even just anti-Jewish or you know anti-Zionist or whatever. So it's like this sort of cycle that feeds itself, and it becomes. You know,
That dude
bigger
pulling
and
the
bigger
sail
in that
against the
sense.
wind.
I think we saw that with this one X user that I think you were speaking about.
Dude, that
as
makes
well,
my fucking back hurt just
that was
watching him.
making like $8,000 every 2 weeks, just posting like utter nonsense on X.
Junior, the legend. Oh my God, that guy's incredible.
He's a
You know,
very
he went on a debate and he was like, you see, Aisha must have been an adult because she was playing with dolls, and only children play with dolls. It's like, that's a contradiction. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, no. So again, I think the solution is not being, okay, I shouldn't say the R word on the screen.
It's okay.
But that is, ultimately that's the solution though. Okay, because anyone that sees Junior's posts and is like, oh my God, this is so real. 100 billion likes. Jews are lighting Argentina on fire. 100,000 likes. You know, it's like, okay, all right. So you have a large audience in Pakistan. Cool, love that. I think the most obvious example has got to be Tucker Carlson.
It's going pretty good.
6% approval rating among Republicans, which was his major base right before he started this whole thing. Now every single show he does, like he gets some.
I'm only like
person,
a couple of
and Miranda
streams
was
away
like,
from making
you know
partner.
that the Jews did 9/11? I would never say that the Jews did 9/11. However, I won't suggest it.
The other day I had a stream that had 117 people in it. If I could get more streams like that,
You know,
I
Nick
just need
Fuentes
like,
is more direct with his statements rather than.
yeah, I
putting
just
up
need
with
like
it.
3 or 4 more
Tucker
streams like
is
that.
kinda, like, doesn't act like he's not saying it, but he platforms people who are saying it. But Nick Fuentes just says it. And
Yeah, I really
when you
appreciate Nick Fuentes' honesty. I really do.
I actually think Nick Fuentes is a. I'm trying. I got a guy, I'm doing a subathon on Friday. I got a guy promoting it for me. I'm hoping I'll get a lot more viewers on that. I'm trying to arrange stuff A couple games couple different games I'm gonna play. I'm probably gonna have some videos I'm gonna watch. I gotta try to figure out what pulls in viewers. So Friday is gonna be fun. I'm a little nervous about it, but I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm gonna start at 6 in the morning. Yeah, I'm gonna start at 6 in the morning, and I'm just gonna keep going until, I'm hoping at least until 10 o'clock at night. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'm an old man. I get tired easy. I'm also making a pork roast that day in pulled pork actually. I'm making it in the crock pot. That's what I'm making on Friday. I already pulled it out of the freezer and it's defrosting. Hang on, let me look at what direction I'm going. I'm wondering, I'm hoping this isn't a big empty space up here. If it is, I'm going to be very upset about that. Yeah, I get Spark. Look, it is a big empty space. Also, my birthday is on a Monday. It's the 18th. I was thinking of doing something that day too. But it's kind of a weird day to plan something, because it's a Monday. What are those guys, 12s? How far am I from out of bounds? Whoa! I'm gonna go after these fittings. Because I think there might be a landmass north of me. I like the rapid fire of the ba 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 ba. Oh man. I can tell you right now that freighter and that warship, goddamn, are going to be tougher than the level 15s. I almost want to say the freighters are harder than the warships.
Ready on the guns.
Hey, look at them. Them things are tough as shit. Ah, damn it, I shot the wrong ship. Oh, the night battles are hard, man.
Man the cannons.
Fuck. When I'm traveling through a territory, yeah. I've been hitting a lot of open seas lately, and it gets kind of boring. I'm addicted to the battles, man. God damn.
Enemy's lost the ship. Wing the guns.
God damn.
Blanket tight. End the ship.
Holy shit, they're accurate as crap.
Cannons, move.
Yeah, I should go get tamales today. God, I love tamales.
Ready on the guns.
Alright, the warships are definitely better than the freighters.
That's it, finished!
Spin hard, 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 harder, 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 harder. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Alright, got the freighter, or the warship down. These dumbasses. You can't contend. Come on, second cannon. He's down. Come around the outside of this warship.
To the guns, yards!
That was a little too early. It was way too early. I think there's only 2 of them still alive, and it's hard to read all their bars. Oh wait, there might be 3. Yeah, there's 3 of them in there. Ooh, that idiot crashed into his other boat. Can I get him? I'm a little too far out. Yeah, sank him. Alright. Is that a transport?
Clear the breach! Enemy's lost the ship!
Oh, they'll pay cash for them? Yeah, that'd be cool. Can- Did you get it off of Cursed Forge?
Wake the guns!
I will look up Nexus mods. Because I'm not really a mod guy, so I don't really know where to look for mods. So I will look into... Curse Forge was the first place I found. If you Google mods, Curse Forge is like one of the top ones that pop up. So I went there. I think that's probably... I mean, that's where I got my Hightail mods from, and I think that's why I have so many problems with them. Is I think Curse Forge is... it's a popular website, but I don't think it's very well maintained.
Enemies messed up!
I am like totally lost now. I have no idea where on the map I am. Who's this dude? And why aren't they telling me? Another 15 freighter? Is he by himself? I think he is. I'm gonna go get him. How much do you get for the old salt insignias? Because these high-level ships, that's what I'm getting from them. They're the yellow ones. I guess the highest level insignia. Holy shit. I guess those things do come in handy.
Enemy's lost the ship!
Alright, let's see what kind of goodies he's giving me. Took a while to sink that bastard.
Blanket tight!
Oh, I didn't even look. Right up here in this corner up here, man. This seems like a good place to get into fights. Wait. I'll check it out here in a minute. I just feel like there should be an island up here somewhere. Which direction am I sailing? Kind of northeast. I'm almost at the top of the map. Wish my ship wasn't in the way. Alright, well, let's go someplace where I can clean up, empty out my ship. We'll start exploring somewhere else. I don't think got anything for these crates. That's my extra ship stuff. Supplies. Alright, hang on. I gotta run to the bathroom and get more coffee right quick. You know what? I should grab my dough. I grab a bunch of these. Let me drop off all this wood that I have no use for. I will use it. Hey! Hey, Crazy, what are you doing, Crazy? Is this what you're looking for? Are you looking for your monkey? There's nothing else down there. I don't know what you're doing, Crazy, but you've got to stop being crazy. All right, what is it? It's not even 8 o'clock and you're already crazy. Usually not crazy till like 9:30, 10. I'm telling you right now, you better not be crazy until 9:30 or 10. What was I gonna do? Oh, I was gonna start stockpiling stuff. Oh, look, I don't even have crops growing. Flax seeds, 51 of them. That is the shit. I'm gonna build a little. Whoops. Wow, that sucked. What the hell happened there? Why am I trying to take that down with a pickaxe? kind of like that a little more. What are you doing, crazy? Why are you so crazy? Come here. I'm gonna force a snuggle on you. All right, now go be crazy somewhere else. That's how I punish her. I force snuggles on her. I want to put a retaining wall up here too. That so we're gonna go. Whoop! I want to go to walls. Why can't I put it there? I'll put it there for now, just to mark the spot. I did it again. Nah, I might as well put them in. So I gotta... Nope, I wanted this. Boop. I got my inventory, a bunch of crap. Ba ba ba. Oh my god. Trying to remember where that buyer was. I think it was... Was it here? I think it is here.
The code. War pays its own way.
I want to sell 160 of these.
Strong hands, strong
Kind of cool
hands.
shit do you sell? Brig, frigate, privateer flag designs, Brethren hull colors. What about any other guys here? No? There's a guy that sells architectural shit. Oh, I gotta go back and get my gold coins for those. I think I know where it is. Oh, I only got 12. Oh. I'll deal with it later.
First black female sheriff indicted on 30? Oh my God.
Susan Hudson is not only the first female sheriff of Orleans Parish, She's also the state's first black woman to occupy the sheriff's office in the state, period.
We're going to talk about history. When you do break a glass ceiling, you got to celebrate it.
A new sheriff in town, Susan Hudson, breaking barriers indeed.
Oh, man,
as the first African-American female sheriff in the state's history.
A few.
Oh boy, here we go.
Moments later. Breaking news.
I think it's here.
Sheriff Susan Hudson is indicted on 30 felony counts.
So 30 felonies. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
The first black female sheriff in the state of Louisiana has been indicted on 30 felony counts.
30 felony counts.
What the
God
fuck?
damn. Like Pokemon.
That's crazy, yes.
Message from our sponsor, Rumble Wallet. You already know why people are moving to crypto, because here's the problem. Most wallets still plug into the same system we're trying to escape in the first place. That's why Rumble built Rumble Wallet. It's a self-custodial wallet that lives inside an ecosystem that actually defends free speech and financial freedom. No banks holding your balance, not even Rumble can touch your funds. This is your money on your keys on your terms. If you're already using Bitcoin or stable coins, Rumble Wallet gives you some more power. Direct, fast tipping, and support for creators on Rumble without waiting weeks for payouts or dealing with random account holds. On-chain payments and assets like Bitcoin, Tether Gold, or USAT value globally without asking anyone for permission. Most wallets stop at storage. Rumble Wallet connects your money to a marketplace of ideas that refuses to cave to censorship. So if you're serious about sovereignty, financial, and digital, this is where you level up. Go to wallet.rumble.com or search Rumble Wallet in the App Store. Rumble Wallet is a non-custodial wallet. You are solely responsible for your
I have this shit too, actually.
funds and recovery phase. Cryptocurrency values can fluctuate and may result in loss. This is not financial advice. Review all terms.
Elegant stained glass doors.
This is Susan Hudson, and she's about to make
Mahogany
history
staircase,
being the first black female sheriff in Louisiana's history.
The first sheriff in the first black female sheriff in the entire history of Louisiana just happened in 2022. And then she went and got arrested on 30 felonies.
These came from deep places.
Wow. Wow.
We're going to talk about history. When you do break a glass ceiling, you got to celebrate it.
A new sheriff in town, Susan Hudson, breaking barriers indeed, as the first African-American female sheriff in the state's history.
I was looking at how long Louisiana's been a state, right?
Whoa.
200+ years, and all that time, not one African-American woman has been able to get to this position. 2022, right? And so you're like, it's time for all those barriers to be broken down.
First a
Yeah, well, apparently not.
parade, then the inauguration ceremony.
Now, Susan Hudson is a political activist. She's extremely progressive and left-wing. And before
No way!
becoming sheriff, she actually served as the independent police monitor for New Orleans.
Let me give you a little bit of a background of Susan Hudson. She's running on a progressive platform, and she scored a major endorsement from Orleans Parish District Attorney Jason Williams, who also ran on that similar progressive platform during his race last year. Now, Hudson has no political experience, but says it's time for a change, and she's focusing on what
She has no political experience, but she's a black woman, so vote for her anyway? Okay, right. It's time for a change. Great.
he calls the 3C ideology: care, custody, and control.
Oh, I thought it was crime, crime, and crime, but I guess you're missing 27 C's.
Before voters named her sheriff, she spent 11 years as New Orleans independent police monitor.
So you have this extremely progressive sheriff whose plan essentially is, we don't really want to punish people. We don't want to put people in jail for their crimes.
What?
We want to pretend like crime doesn't exist.
By the way, this is the reason and the way that a lot of these people create the perception that crime goes down when they run cities. It's because they just... No, well, if we don't write the crime down, then it doesn't get recorded. And if it doesn't get recorded, then the crime goes down. That's exactly what they do.
This is horrible for the people of New Orleans because New Orleans has a huge crime problem.
No
Remember
way.
when the district attorney of New Orleans was actually carjacked with his mom?
Wait, the district attorney got carjacked?
Oh, there's this guy.
My mother's really shook up.
I don't think he sells that kind of stuff,
but
though.
we're just thankful that
Oh, he sells stuff for...
This is surveillance video from moments after the teens allegedly stole Williams' car. Amaja Curtis, Dejon Curtis, Santan Gilmore, and Ahmad Seals have all been charged as adults in this case.
So the people of New Orleans said, hey, let's hire the most progressive, anti-police person we could as sheriff, and that's what they did. So what do you think happened? Well, obviously things went off the rails immediately. See, since she is sheriff, she handles the jails. And immediately, inmates went crazy and conditions at the jail worsened under her tenure.
Yeah, but weeks into Hudson's tenure, inmates in a high-security pod at the Orleans Justice Center barricaded themselves in that pod, blocking out staff.
What are you doing, man? Jesus, bro, you sagging in prison? I feel like, honestly, isn't that leaving yourself open? I don't know if that's a good idea.
That standoff lasted 3 days, with inmates demanding better conditions. A report by federal jail monitors claimed that conditions in the jail had worsened, in some cases under Hudson's oversight.
So under the progressive sheriff, things actually got worse for these
Turned into a
not
shithole.
better. And then the controversies just started racking up. For instance, her incompetence caused the court to hold her in contempt because she wasn't securing transportation from inmates from the jail to the court.
In New Orleans.
So this bitch just big. So she's big retarded. Because at the beginning, I didn't really know. I mean, this looks like a situation of big retarded.
Orleans judge is accusing the sheriff of contempt of court, and she's now being ordered to appear before that judge tomorrow afternoon. Criminal District Chief Judge Tracy Flemings-Davalier says that Sheriff Susan Hudson is ignoring a court order to transport recent arrestees from jail to magistrate court on weekends and holidays. Now, during the pandemic, that process was paused, going to Zoom and then doing transports during the week. However, on June 18th, the judge issued an order for Hudson to resume those weekend and holiday transports beginning this past Saturday.
Now, this became so bad, they were going to sentence her to like 6 months in prison with a $500 fine. But
they're going to put the sheriff in prison? And this wasn't enough?
The appeals court last second stepped in and said, let's slow it down because she is the sheriff.
Last Friday.
Big mistake.
The Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals temporarily suspended Sheriff Susan.
I bet it's just a bunch of hags making decisions like that too. Garen, you know that.
Hudson's contempt of court ruling at the last minute, and WWL exclusively received the documents supporting that stay by the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Sheriff Susan Hudson was set to face up to 6 months imprisonment or a fine of up to $500. That's because the Chief Judge of Orleans Parish Criminal Court.
How's that, dude? That's not even like. What do you mean, bro? Like 6 months in prison or $500? Like, I feel like that's not fair. Like, because the 500 is too easy. Like, $500, it's nothing.
Held the sheriff contempt of court for failing to provide a staff of deputies for magistrate court for weekend sessions.
Now, if being found in contempt of court
not
was
yet.
not enough, the money started becoming a little funny. Now, context is key. During Mardi Gras, the city is packed. Local law enforcement needs backup. The sheriff backfills her staff by bringing officers from other parishes. Since these officers are coming from out of town, the protocol is to reserve hotel rooms for them so they can have a place to stay while they work those grueling shifts. Now, as per protocol, the sheriff reserved a total of 90 rooms across multiple hotels. And obviously, these rooms couldn't be used by the sheriff's staff because they lived in the city and they could just go home. So why would the sheriff's department need to pay for hotel rooms for the local staff? They live in.
You telling me that she's sending everybody up on a vacation?
Information from the New Orleans Office of Inspector General about Sheriff Hudson's hotel reservations during Mardi Gras. The rooms were supposed to be used by law enforcement who had to drive into town to help the NOPD during parades. But in a new report, the Inspector General finds that the sheriff reserved 13 rooms at the Omni Royal Orleans for her command staff, not for any out-of-towners. Her
Just fucking piss away your money. She not so the jails are fucked up, nobody's getting taken to court, and she pissed away your money buying fucking hotels for her friends.
Staff members stayed there for a total of 37 nights, but the sheriff had reserved and paid for $90 nights. The total cost of
And the thing is that, like, if it was a good sheriff and things were going fine, everybody would be like, all right. But, like, whenever you have all the other cars, you're already on 2 strikes. They've already had to deal with enough of your shit. And now you want to go and do this? Oh, okay. That's too much.
$18,000, and according to the OIG, most of that came from the 53 nights when the rooms remained empty.
So the sheriff got a lot to answer for.
Spent all the money and didn't even use it?
Why is your staff staying in high-end hotels when they live in the same city? Here's what the sheriff had to say.
I don't see a controversy here, no. I see this as being money well spent to make sure that $1 million was also well spent.
That was Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson defending her decision to house 13 top deputies at local hotels.
Doesn't make sense.
Some for 11 days and nights while they helped with Carnival Parade security. But within hours of that interview, here was Hudson again.
An honorary deputy of the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office. Love my shit.
That was Hudson thanking the owners of LA Canine, a police dog training company in Vermilion Parish. The company agreed to donate more than $19,000 to pay for those hotel rooms at the Omni Royal Orleans, Sheraton, and Marriott. However, in this Facebook post by one of the owners, Lance Broussard, he characterized the donation as helping the sheriff with, quote, a little problem.
So prices averted. The city got all its money back, and the sheriff was off the hook. Now, we got a problem. We got this woman who's been elected sheriff. She's supposed to be in charge of running a jail, but has no experience.
That's a total shithole. Well, what, really? Does it have to be like that?
Running jail. So things kind of got out of control.
Legislative audit just released today scrutinized 3 years of operations at the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Department. It found over 1,000 instances of potential payroll fraud, leading to chronic staff shortages and missing cell block security patrols.
Oh, so basically she did everything wrong. Oh my God.
Auditor found deputies performed less than 30% of required sale checks, and some cell blocks just performing 4% of those timed security patrols. Staffing is a source of the problem, according to the report, with some deputies allowed to double book shifts, staffing off-duty details at the same time they're scheduled to secure the jail. The auditor counting over 1,300 instances of what the report describes as this potential payroll fraud involving 179 deputies over 3 years.
So, holy shit. How does this happen?
You see, the sheriff wasn't really doing a great job. And then you had the fact that there was a massive jailbreak?
Massive manhunt after a stunning jailbreak in New Orleans.
Is this the shit that I watched? Wait a minute, is this the thing that I watched? Whenever they said, like, you know, they broke out and they said easy as shit or something like that?
10 inmates escaping, some charged with murder, all considered armed and dangerous, and authorities tonight investigating whether this was an inside job. Here's ABC's Maria Villarreal.
Tonight, these stunning images from inside a New Orleans jail cell where 10 inmates, some charged.
Yes, we watched this entire thing. And the thing is, I think they caught all of them. They did.
Charged with murder, escaped, sparking an urgent citywide manhunt. The toilet dislodged from a cell wall, exposing an opening, scrawled on the wall.
Dude, I'm crossed out. It says we innocent. Man. We innocent.
All above, we innocent and too easy.
Yes. Too easy. Oh my God. This is amazing. I remember watching this. It was so good.
With an arrow toward the hole where they escaped, out of view of the officer on duty.
Yeah, the inmate was right. This was too easy. So here's what authorities said happened.
Authorities say it happened just after midnight when the inmates broke a lock on a cell door.
They were still able to exit the jail about 1:01 a.m.
Why are you doing this to me?
A wall behind a toilet in the jail. And based on video surveillance, they were seen exiting a door on the docks where we normally bring in supplies.
Go, boys! Go! We're free now! Roach out, quick!
Scaling a wall and running across the interstate.
Officials believe the escapees had help.
These detainees received assistance in their escape from individuals inside of our department.
They say the toilet could not be removed with bare hands, suggesting someone inside the jail system may have helped the inmates unscrew it with a power tool.
And yes, there was an inside man. Police arrested him.
The hunt continues for the inmates still at large after breaking out of the local jail in New Orleans. But cops say they've found the inside man they believed helped them. A maintenance worker at the jail has been arrested, accused of cutting off the water.
The jail worker has been identified as 33-year-old Sterling Williams.
No way, he's 33. Damn. Damn, bro, like, whoa.
He reportedly claimed he was coerced into turning off the water by an inmate who threatened to shank him if he didn't play ball.
Now, just to put everyone's mind at ease, all 10 of those convicts were returned back to prison.
And I'm gonna be honest, like, y'all stupid when you get caught again. Like, how'd you get caught again? Like, I mean, I feel like if I got out, I probably would be able to escape. I would, like, every single one. They stayed in the city, so they broke out and they probably went back. We'll go to Darnell's house. Well, we got him. Where was he? He was at his house. Well, come on. Come on back. We're not done with you yet.
Another development months in the making. The last of 10 inmates who escaped from a Louisiana jail in May was captured today in Atlanta.
Officials say a Crime Stoppers tip this summer led them there, and they found the fugitive hiding in a crawl space.
10 men who escaped from a Louisiana jail in May by crawling through a hole cut in the wall behind a toilet. Above the hole, someone had written messages to the jailers, including this misspelled one, "Too easy, LOL." Groves was the last of the 10 escapees to be found and also the most violent. He was convicted of murdering 2 men on Mardi Gras in 2018. The New Orleans prosecutor says he is facing multiple life sentences.
So obviously it seems like we had a bigger problem at play here. So state investigators looked at the whole department to see how things were being run. And after their investigation, they decided it was time to indict the sheriff.
We start with some major breaking news. Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson indicted in connection with an investigation into last year's jailbreak in New Orleans.
So this indictment comes in connection with a state investigation by Attorney General Liz Murrell's office into last year's mass escape by 10 inmates. The bombshell news came down within just the last hour.
Arrest warrants released Thursday outline some of the state's evidence, alleging Hudson ignored years of federal monitors' repeated warnings that, quote, enabled 10 dangerous inmates to escape and remain undetected for hours.
Well, no, they were running wild for days, if not weeks.
The warrant describes the jail as understaffed and inmates unsupervised, often relying on one
You know what? I believe that.
Staff member to monitor multiple pods from a control room rather than inside the pod. The warrant also alleges security logs were falsified and the prison's high security unit dissolved. During hours of unsupervised time, a federal monitor found inmates were, quote, assaulting other inmates, assaulting staff, destroying property, starting fires, smoking, possessing dangerous contraband, and or threatening self-harm.
So they hitting each other, they killing themselves, they smoking weed, they shitting stuff. It's a party, yeah. Wow.
In addition to 14 malfeasance charges and 3 charges of filing or maintaining false public records, Hudson is also accused of obstructing justice and conspiring with CFO Bianca Brown to defy a court order. Brown was indicted on 20 similar counts. The arrest warrants are just a peek at the evidence to come.
So now the sheriff's been arrested, got bond, and made a statement saying, hey, this is not what it seems.
Susan Hudson says she expects complete vindication as she faces 30 felony counts.
In a statement released late Thursday, Sheriff Susan Hudson said she will, quote, aggressively fight to clear my name. And she is, quote, confident the facts will vindicate both me personally and the work I have done. Fox 8 legal analyst Joe Responti expects unsurprising strategies from defense attorneys and state prosecutors.
The defense is going to say that, hey, we tried as hard as we could, we just weren't good enough, and you can't convict somebody for being not good at what their job is.
Yeah, you can. It's called malpractice. Yeah, I mean, if you fuck up big time, you absolutely, I think we should do that. I think if you fuck up big time, something's got to happen.
Now, this left me to thinking, who the hell is running the city of New Orleans? The mayor's indicted.
It has been a historic day in New Orleans.
What? Wait a minute, the mayor too?
For the first time, a sitting mayor of New Orleans is facing federal charges. Today, a federal grand jury handed up an indictment against Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her former bodyguard, Jeffrey Vappy. She faces 11 counts, including wire fraud, obstruction, and lying to a grand jury. This all centers around their alleged romantic relationship and how much...
Why, bro? Why? I mean, come on, you can do better than that, man.
It cost the city of New Orleans.
Okay, so it seems like the sheriff is going to say, hey, just because I'm bad at my job doesn't mean it's criminal. Yes, I had no experience ever in law enforcement, and I got the top law enforcement job because I'm extremely progressive. That doesn't mean this is criminal. I'm just bad at being a sheriff. And it's going to be the prosecutors that are going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was more than that. That she falsified documents, as you heard. That she intentionally let the jail deteriorate to a point where these things could happen. And then on top of that, lied about it. So, who do you think has the better case? The prosecution or the defense? Do you think the sheriff is going to jail? If you're here at this point...
I hate this shit whenever people think that, like, oh, it's like claiming insanity. It's like, bro, you insane? Okay, all right, well, we got to put you in, we got to lock you up big time then. Like, really? Like, what is this? Like, people forget back in the old days, commanders and generals were routinely executed for not doing their jobs. Yeah. Like, why we put up with this shit? It's crazy, man. Oh, my gosh, she's cooked? I hope so. I really do. I hope so. Like, god damn, that'd be amazing.
Video, don't forget, like, subscribe to like our YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out. Peace.
There it is. Like, I've watched a few of other of Nate's videos. He's really good. I like him a lot. I'm going to link you guys the video. Make sure to give it a like and a sub, man. And she's cooked. Ain't no way. 30 counts, bro. Imagine fighting off 30 fucking felonies, man. And also, like, there's another component to this where it's like, it just makes you look so bad. Whenever it's like you run on all these like DEI qualifications and then you shit the bed so bad that your legal defense has to be that you're retarded. Like, I mean, think about how bad that is. Like, that's crazy. How do you do that to yourself? Merit anybody? Nah, bro, we passed that. We're past that entirely. I'll link y'all the video again. Yeah, Nate's good. Yeah, do yourself. It's embarrassing. We already knew that? Yeah, it's just so sad.
Because they don't want to take criticism, and two, because they don't know how to differentiate bad from good criticism. I think this is my patented catchphrase by now, but when you have this much negative discourse surrounding your games, you need to be listening, regardless of whether or not it's good or bad feedback in your eyes, regardless if you align with these people's political beliefs or social political beliefs.
This is a problem that a lot of artists have.
What's up with Nick Shirley?
Depending when this comes out, or if it does, we are currently being held by Cuban intelligence here in Havana, Cuba. I came here.
I haven't seen him this scared before, and he's been going to he went to CCOT. He goes to cartel run areas. He puts himself in harm's way, even just investigating the fraud. This is the first time I've actually seen him kind of scared.
I've been wanting to make a video for so long about life in communism and showing people what communism is like in a place like Cuba, for instance. Came here to make this video, and when people think about communism, they typically just think about how communism is supposed to make everything equal, whether it be the amount of money someone makes or how food's distributed and how the markets are then controlled by the government. However, something that people do not think about, including myself, is how in communism, they do not have freedom of speech. No. They don't have freedom of press.
I expand that to anywhere that's not America doesn't have freedom of speech. Even the UK, you'd think they have freedom of speech. Even I always thought of Canada being, it's America to the north, and it's got some meeses, whatever. Horned animals up there. Good God, I have a terrible education in LA. But I thought Canada had freedom of speech just like America. No, nobody has it like we have it.
Therefore, they want to make sure everything that is posted or out in the world about their country is filtered or censored.
And isn't it funny when Hassan went to China and he complains about America all day? He goes to China for just a little bit, and since he's looking at I forgot what it was a bridge or something, looks at a historical place, and all of a sudden the police demand to see his phone. They start going through it. It's like, yeah, you get so accustomed to the freedom of speech that you forget what it is to live without it.
So here in Cuba, as soon as I arrived in Cuba, I did everything that you needed to do to come into Cuba as far as the documentation that
I just did some planting.
Right now, there's a big problem.
I'm building resources.
The largest humanitarian
I might switch to one of my lower level
50 years.
guys. Let me look at the.
There's no oil or gas in the blockade after Trump and the United States took over and captured Maduro. So Venezuela is no longer supporting Cuba with any oil or gas, and that also affects.
How do you send your ship?
Everything that they have essentially, between whether it be the food or from it being the lights and the power source.
Oh, my crab flag.
Like gas alone. Here in Cuba, you hardly see any cars driving around because nobody can afford gas. For 1 liter of gas, it's $10.
How much is a liter?
Okay, so where am I getting? Where am I getting?
Oh, these are actually pretty nice.
So I go out.
And the sad part is that's what they want in California. They want gasoline to be so expensive that traveling by vehicle, traveling by airplane is reserved only to the elites. Only for government workers that can siphon funds away from the tax base into their pockets. A liter of cola? Okay, but a quarter of a gallon? Yeah, so so you don't drive. They want everybody in walkable cities because it's easier to control us like that. Yeah, notice how Hassan was much safer by comparison. He was wearing multi-$100 clothes. Oh, thanks, Colonel Cruz for the Prime sub. But yeah, if you're there to do essentially a propaganda piece for the Communist Party, whether you're in China, North Korea, or Cuba, you're pretty much free to do whatever you want and make it look as positive as you want, even if you're out there throwing bread.
I don't know how to ascend my stuff.
Make them dance for your camera, for your social media feed. They don't mind that. They mind somebody getting the truth out there.
At the airport, they seize all of my cameras. They seize both my GoPros, my Meta glasses. These are not my Meta glasses.
Oh, look it up.
I've heard that you can't even go into certain countries with Meta glasses because privacy concerns.
Phones, however, the only thing they don't take is my iPhone camera. That's what I'm filming this on right now. They don't take my iPhone camera, and somehow they didn't get this microphone that was.
Bro, don't put it out there. Unless he's home. I hope he's not. I hope he's not showing what he still has.
In the very, very bottom of my
I thought I did it at my wharf then. Never mind
so
then.
We get out and we start to make the video asking Cubans about life in communism, showing what's going on with the blockade, showing kind of the downfall of
he's trying to choose his words.
Of Cuba. One sec, I'm working on getting this out.
Oh, he got a message. Never mind. Yeah.
Right now, we're currently planning our escape route out of Cuba right now. So, had to respond to take a message to get out of here somehow. So, we go out into the streets and we start filming this video. We're showing people what life is like in Cuba right now. There's hardly any cars out in the streets. The buildings are like crumbling essentially. All the university is destroyed. The University of Cuba.
That's the sad part. Is like everybody says like you have over in that New York City video you saw Brooklyn. They're like they want communism in New York City. Oh, it's gonna be so fair. And it's like these idiots, these socialists, these like bleeding heart liberals. They always see something like communism. Like once everybody shares everything, my life is gonna be more like
I can only do one cannon to ascend.
It's gonna bring us up from poverty. They don't realize that there's more homeless bums than there are Elon Musks and Jeff Bezos. Your life isn't gonna, if we start sharing all our money and pooling our wealth, your life isn't gonna get more like Bezos.
I did upgrade everything though.
Like this right here. That is what you're headed to if you bring in socialism, if you bring in communism. Mamdani's only been at the helm for what? 4 full months over New York City, and they're already bankrupt. They haven't delivered on free, fast and free buses. They haven't delivered on safety. They haven't delivered on that government-run bodega that will be triple the price of a regular bodega that won't open for several years. It's already crumbling in front of them, and yet they see this and say, yeah, what is it? But Decoy, they just didn't do communism correctly. This disgusting bathroom that's been now abandoned, that was just a problem because they couldn't figure it out this time. Next time, they're gonna figure out, and we're gonna get everybody rich. What they really mean is, hey, I saw over in that communist area, Mamdani and his wife, they look very wealthy. They have all these nice things. AOC was a bartender, she wanted socialism, and now she has a person that holds the umbrella for her. I want that. I want to be the next AOC, the next Mamdani, the next dictator of Cuba. They want to be at the helm of communism. They don't want to be under the boot of it.
University is destroyed. The University of Cuba. There's hardly any food out for the people, and just the mass poverty that's taking place, and asking people about things such as communism, what life is like in Cuba. Well, when we're doing one interview near a hospital where there's a huge line outside the hospital, because here the hospitals aren't even working. Essentially.
Yeah. Free health care for everybody means that nobody gets health care.
The lines are taking forever, and with their hospital and the government controlling the hospital, that also affects the power. So right now you currently have surgeons doing operations with flashlights.
Remember, that happened when Hassan was over there, when they had power in their hotel. They diverted all the energy and resources and internet capability for Hassan and his bandwidth so he could upload his stupid propaganda tour over there. Meanwhile, surgeons were like, oh yeah, we had to cut surgery off early because we didn't have enough energy anymore. And that was when they still had some Venezuelan oil. I think that has since been used up.
Because there's no power inside of the hotel, in the hospitals. Right now, I'm in the only hotel in Havana that has 24/7.
Yeah, I did all of them.
I wonder if he's in there too.
Well, I can't afford to do my other cannon into my hull yet. I gotta collect more of them.
Well, I'll criticize Hassan and not Nick Shirley is because Hassan said it's a good thing that I'm in the classy hotel because this is the only one I can stay in. I think that was a lie too. This is the only one I can stay in. And Nick is saying it's a bad thing. This hotel is the only hotel with energy. See how one frames it as a good thing that communism is failing, and other person saying, hey, communism might imprison me? One of them is accurate. Only one of them is accurate.
Was because
Hassan had a concert.
That was the only one that was operating 24/7. All the other ones weren't, so that's why I was able to get to this hotel. And anyways, we're filming this video, and when we're next to the hospital, we see undercover cop roll up on us. And my security guards that are with me, they detected him, and then all of a sudden there's another one. So we hopped back in another taxi, we left the scene, and we thought we were good. They didn't tell us, and we left. But since we left the airport, we had been getting the word had gotten out that there was a journalist inside of Cuba. There's only 2 flights that come in here every single day. So it wasn't hard to spot out who the journalist was. And that's what my tourist visa said. That's what my visa said. It said for journalistic activities.
Good.
So you can come here. There's 12 categories in which you can come, and journalist activities is one of those. So therefore that.
Yeah, they want to know if you're there to do propaganda for them, or you're dangerous to their dictatorship.
I came, and right now it is currently 9:30, and we have Cuban intelligence down in the lobby of the hotel right now, working to essentially try to round us up and potentially imprison us or make it so we cannot leave Cuba. So right now we're coming with a game plan to escape Cuba. Our original flights is to leave on Saturday. Right now it's Thursday, so we're going to.
Whoa! This video just came out. This video just came out today, and it's Monday. So he's been. Oh, he was. Okay, so he's out now. Okay. I was like, this is Monday. This is like 4 days after he was like captured over there. Jesus.
If we can make it to the airport, we're about 1.5 miles away from the U.S. Embassy right now, which could be our possible way out of this situation by going to the embassy. However, that does not stop Cubans from stopping us before we get to the embassy. It's about 1.5 miles away, so we have to make it to the embassy.
And this is real journalism. He's the only one doing it right now. He's the only one. Like, you'll see CBS and Fox News follow him on his coattails to expose like fraud centers or like hospice care stuff. He's the only one doing it, and he's constantly in danger.
Now there's 3 essentially Cuban spies down at the bottom of our hotel right now, and we have to figure out how we're going to escape. We're trying to get a hold of the embassy right now and see if we can stay there overnight and then buy our airplane ticket last minute so that doesn't fall through the red flag from the Cuban government before we arrive to the airport. This is not a joke. When we talk about communism, when we talk about the effect of communism, something that you often don't look at is the freedom of speech or the freedom of press to just simply be able to give your opinion out in the public and have it be then posted by a journalist. That's all I was doing today, was asking people about the current situation, asking people about
information, just reality. I'm not here to try to spin why your village makes less money annually than my sunglasses are worth. But if you're there just to say, hey, look, this is the reality of what you might be bringing to New York City, that's against their rules. Like, it's crazy how much danger you are, how much danger you put yourself in by simply saying, hey, this is reality.
Communism, and that's when it really got bad, was when this evening I left the hotel around 5 before sunset to go out, and the idea was we were going to walk the streets of Cuba at night and show all the power shortage and how the lights get cut out and people don't have electricity at night. So we had planned to walk around the streets after the sun went down, and so I was conducting some interviews before the sun went down, and I asked a man about communism, and that's when we realized that the Cuban intelligence was at the...
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody, because like in North Korea, you're supposed to snitch on your neighbors, and even like they'll pay someone to say, hey, tell somebody we plan on escaping North Korea. They're like a government plant, and if you don't snitch them out, they're gonna get you. I wonder, somebody talk where it's like, hey, they're afraid if they were like seen talking to him and they didn't say something to authorities, that they would be in trouble as well.
Hotel, because as soon as we walked out, I interviewed this man. We had a lady come up when I started talking about communism, and she started recording on the back. And we confronted her and said, hey, what are you doing? And she's like, oh, I'm not taking a photo. She said she's on a phone call, but her phone was open to the photo.
Yeah.
And so one of my security guards stayed with me.
Trying to get social credit points. I bet you they got themselves a nice loaf of bread for bringing that video up to them.
The other went and followed her from behind, and he tracked her down, and she ended up noticing him as well, and she went to a Cuban, another Cuban intelligence spy, and then they came to the hotel lobby. And before that, when we were eating lunch today, after we had gotten through customs at the airport, after they had seized all my stuff, my GoPros and my meta glasses.
What if he gets it back?
And all my microphones. Another man was at the hotel, and he was all by himself. And then this evening he was with the 2 Cuban spies in the lobby. So right now we are trying to plan our escape route. We have a few options. The main one is to leave here and then go play taxi tag, as far as hopping in another taxi, hopping in another taxi to make sure we aren't getting trailed by them, and then make our way to the embassy, and then from the embassy buy our flight around 7 a.m.
Saying his room was probably tapped. I wouldn't be surprised. That's probably why he
I'm gonna do that later on.
Yeah,
right now,
they're monitoring.
I gotta
make it to the airport at 8 a.m., hop on our flight 8:30, and then be out of Cuba. The other options are stay here in our hotel.
You're saying there should be an app where you can record your phone, but it looks like you're talking with your mom? The one thing I would say about that is, if he was there and he's just trying to be a journalist, he's just trying to be like, he put it on his passport saying, hey, I'm here to document the country. This is something that you allow in your country. I'm trying to play by the rules. If he starts to do something that starts to look like espionage, then they could probably throw him in jail over there forever. Then we really have a crisis where it's like Trump has to negotiate your freedom or whatever. I'm pretty certain he is on that, he's toeing that fine line of, I'm trying to play by the rules, and I'm not trying to act like I'm a spy or I'm doing something illegal over here. I came here and I told you I'm here as a journalist. I'm being a journalist. If he starts to say, hey, I had a wire here and I was recording and I'm like communicating with my sat phone or something, that probably gives them some fuel against him. And it's like, yeah, he's an honest guy. He is a genuine journalist. But since he's not a propagandist, he is their enemy.
And hope they don't come and round us up in the middle of the night. The only problem is, tomorrow is May 1st, and that is essentially their 4th of July here. We're just outside of the hotel we're staying at right now. They're going to have a huge march for communism, for the current president. And that's their July 4th parade, essentially. That is going to be taking place right outside our hotel. I had no idea that was happening beforehand until we got to the hotel and they said that happens every single year. They this march. They do each and every single year, and it is for communism. You cannot speak.
I imagine he's using that. He used that as the veil to get out, which is smart.
Yeah, against communism in the communist country. Last time that happened in 2021 here in Cuba, lots of people were arrested, and it was not good. And the other times that happened were, I believe, in the 1960s. So. Communism does not allow the truth to be told. In fact, it just censors what people can do. And right now, they are literally trying to kidnap and detain me and my 2 security guards that are here with me right now from leaving Cuba. And we're trying to do everything we can to somehow do something with this footage. And so if this video does make it out into the world, I have either been kidnapped or I am dead. If it's after May 1st, I am not kidnapped, but if the video is,
I get it. He got this video to somebody and says, hey, if you don't hear from me by a certain date, upload it. Like, what is it, a demand switch. Like, if I'm gone, release it, but I'll release it otherwise. Okay, I get it. Yeah, the sad part is, though, is like, you're recording what you think, like there's fear in his eyes, you're recording what you think might be your last communication with the free world, where you think, hey, they might keep me here for a couple of decades. It might be a while until Trump can get SEAL Team 6 to come over, I think someone said, discombobulate and like free me. It's kind of... It's hard enough to record something and like, hey, I'm gonna record this in a minute and it's gonna be seen over the next 6 months and get tens of millions of views, or just even 1 million views. It's kind of weird to do that. You get inside your head. But to say, hey, this might be my final video, like, it's not even like when you take your high school graduation photo and you're unknowingly doing a photo shoot for your funeral. Like, you don't know this is one of the last pictures people will remember you by. This is when you're recording it. You know, it's like, you think this might be it. So yeah, I understand the fear.
I'm not gonna get kidnapped, so I'm not gonna say that. So I'm going to post this video though to show you guys the risk that we're in right now, and we are going to make it out of Cuba. If there's a way, there's a way.
Yes.
But this is currently what we are planning right now and going through, because we legit have Cuban spies at the bottom of our hotel room. We're on the 8th floor right now. They're in the lobby right now. Security guard just went down to see what was going on, and they're all down there in the lobby.
Yeah, this got real for him real fast. I always think about like the Tim Pool story arc. Like he talked about how it's traditional. Like you start as like a journalist in the street. You're doing like man on the street. You're go into the events, and hopefully in the newsroom you do so good at being on the street and in broadcasting, you get to become an anchor, and you're like in front of, like you're in the studio, and you talk to the guys out on the street. And that's like Tim Pool, as Vice, he was out on the street, and then he got to do what I'm doing right now, like just commentating on stuff. Hopefully he's doing all this great journalism. Hopefully he can get behind the desk in the very near future. He's already earned his stripes. He deserves not to be in harm's way, and hopefully there can be someone that can pick up the mantle, because this kid does not deserve this much stress in his life.
Yeah, there's a few seniors down at the restaurant right now, so that we can go down, blend in, and then sneak our way out for the night and make our way to the embassy.
Kind of run the risk.
This is probably the most dangerous situation I've ever been into. This is probably the most dangerous situation I've ever been in, especially when you have no power here, essentially, because the United States and Cuba do not like each other. There's been an embargo since the 1960s here, where the United States has not allowed other businesses to do work with Cuba, and it's also happened. And then right now you have Trump even saying that he might have the pleasure of taking Cuba.
Oh yeah, he may have no choice. He's too known now. Exactly. I think, what is it? Savannah Hernandez, Nick Shirley, and who's the other guy that's getting the other girl that's getting attacked a lot now? But it's like they're getting too notorious in the area. Unless they want to go out there masked, they have to just be the anchor.
And Marco Rubio, obviously, he has even said openly that he doesn't think the regime change would be bad, which it wouldn't. Look what's happening right now because of communism. They literally have spies downstairs right now trying to round us up before we make it before we're able to publish these videos. So if I make it out, this video gets seen. If it doesn't, I'm most likely in a prison cell, which I really hope is not the case. Third option is we somehow get to the embassy and we get a private jet and we make our way out. Other option is to steal a boat and take it all the way to the Coast Guard and then surrender to the US Coast Guard and make our way into the United States. So those are pretty much our options right now. We have somebody outside, even on the street, in a blacked out vehicle, eyeing us from our hotel room.
That is not okay.
Anyways, that is the current situation. I'm currently potentially about to be kidnapped here in Cuba. I hope that is not the case, but I think you guys should know exactly what is happening and the risk we are taking here in Cuba to try and show people the truth about the realities of communism and what's happening here in Cuba. All right, we'll see what happens.
They're asking why we're trying to leave the hotel early.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're controlling you right now. Yeah. So, thank God he actually got out. He was almost held hostage in Cuba. We're definitely gonna be watching this video and make sure you're following him over on Twitter, follow him on YouTube. Right. But like what I was saying is, Nick, he needs to get off the street. Savannah Hernandez, somebody said Randy Cruz, her as well, because she's getting attacked too much. And I think it's like Andy No can't set foot on those rides or whatever. And the sad part is like, if you're an Asian guy that wears a suit like Andy No would wear, you can't even walk the streets of Seattle without getting heckled by Antifa-type protesters because they just think all Asians look alike. Now, I'm referring to a specific video where an Asian guy that honestly did kind of look like Andy No was out there getting heckled by people, but it's like the left is so insane, you can't do anything. And honestly, like not even just leftist people, I'm talking about leftist governments are so insane they're going after him. So hopefully he can just kind of land himself a safer career online, because he's already earned it, whatever. But he's doing the work, nobody else will. Hopefully somebody can pick up the mantle and do what he's doing. But it's like, thank God he's safe. And well, I await when he actually releases what he's going to, what he went through down there.
the Disney adult thing is a real problem. It is. It's a huge problem. I don't think people understand how big of an issue it is. And it's not because of the Disney adults, it's because of what it means. And there's also a lot of people who do the same thing.
If you walk around the Disney park to...
My name is Ava, I am 16 years old, and I'm a mother.
Stop it right there. I think that's the shortest intro clip that I've cut in 2 years, but if what she just said doesn't bother you, then you need psychological help. 2 kids at 16 years old. If we do some backwards math, at what age do you think she first got pregnant? I'll save you the time. The answer is 13. She got pregnant at 13 years old, and the wonderful people who made this video have decided to promote that as a good thing. Check this out.
Oftentimes, I get a lot of people who are like, I'm too young to be a good mom, and that is completely wrong. I think that is a stereotype, and that can completely be broken, and that's what I do. I don't think like the age matters. I think you can be a good mom. You're gonna do it.
No, you can't. Life experiences and intelligence both matter when you are raising kids. Good parenting is about more than simply keeping your kids alive. I mean, you can't even support yourself. Plus, how exactly are you supposed to teach them to make good life choices? You get into this whole situation and you wish you hadn't gotten pregnant.
If I could make this where I was just a normal kid and everything was fine, I would.
The answer is you can't teach them to make good life choices because your life choices are a situation that is permanent that you wish you could remove yourself from. What exactly makes you think foster good behavior in your son and daughter that will cause them to not make the same mistakes that you did? Because contrary to popular belief, and as we will see later, you can't just tell people to make good decisions. If it were that easy, no one would ever screw up. Now understand that I think 16-year-old Ava is saying, but Ava is still a child. It's my belief that the grace period from 0 to 18, where they are not entirely responsible for their mistakes. So while I think I'm responding to the things that Ava says during this video, all of my criticisms are aimed at her parents and the people who made the video. Speaking of the people who made this video, let's hear this line again.
Oftentimes, I get a lot of people say that I'm too young to be a good mom, and that is completely wrong. I think that is a stereotype, and that can be broken, and that's what I do.
When people edit these videos, there's a certain narrative they are trying to set. That's how good storytelling works. So yes, Ava said those words, but she also probably said a lot of things while they were filming. The editors specifically chose those words and put them at the start of the video where it will get the most viewership. So when I hear Ava say what she just said, what I actually hear is the producers at Truly saying that they want to remove the stigma against teen pregnancy by showing a video that essentially says, look at this 16-year-old mom, look at how she can do it all, look at how great her life is. They are glorifying teen pregnancy. I'd also like to note that this isn't the only time that Truly has done this. Here's another video of a 15-year-old couple with a baby.
Isn't very ideal, and then when they see us succeeding, they're just jealous.
It doesn't have to be a negative thing. Yes, it does. Bad for children. Well, at least this particular couple was smart enough to say that they didn't want to normalize teen pregnancy. But that's probably not the case with the people who made this video. I say glorifying pregnancy because all of this is about how great it is to be a teen parent, and they seem to be very careful to not discuss the extreme negatives of having a kid as a teenager. And oh boy, there are negatives that Ava, our 16-year-old mom of 2, has admitted to. Let's get into it, but first, if you like the content you see on this channel, then consider making a donation. Viewer support helps keep me independent, and it helps fund the channel. Links to my PayPal, Patreon, and subscribe to our pages can all be found in the description. And also, don't forget to support me on All-Tech. Links to my Odyssey channel and my Minds page can be found in the description as well. Alright, just for a little more backstory, this is Ava from Indiana. She got pregnant at 13, and only several months after her first child was born, she got pregnant again. Sorry, I have trouble reading that without being extremely angry at the people who raised her. Speaking of, let's meet them.
So this is my mom, and she helps me so much with everything. This is my stepdad, Marcus, and he helps me so much, especially Jordan.
What a shock. She comes from a broken family. Is anyone surprised? The reason strong families with two biological parents in a stable relationship is important is because kids who come from broken families or single mother households are far more likely to be irresponsible and make bad decisions that have an extremely negative impact on their life or other people's lives. But of course, Ava does insist that she was being responsible. She was supposedly on birth control for both of the times that she got pregnant.
I mean, I wasn't on birth control. I was using condoms. As I'm sitting here editing, I just realized I forgot to mention that I was on birth control when this happened. I was on the pill. So I don't know why I forgot that. It's like such a big part. But yeah, I was being careful. I was taking precautions. I wasn't just being stupid. And the birth control fails, literally. So I thought I should put that out there because I forgot.
You may be able to fool your friends with that narrative, but I'm not 15, so I'm very hesitant to believe women when they say they got pregnant while they're on the pill. The pill is like 99% effective. My math is bad, but I believe the probability of that happening twice is like 1 in 10,000. What is far more likely is that they got on the pill this pill does happen. And that's why this chart here has a second data point that says use. That data point is identified as a set of ideal use where women take the pill improperly or were being irresponsible. So no, I don't believe Ava was taking the pill responsibly. But what a failure on the part of talk to a 13-year-old about safe sex at the clinic that gave her birth control. Best case scenario is they sit her down and try to convince her to wait 2 or 3 years when she's more mentally ready. But at the very least, did they even say, hey, if you miss a pill, use a condom for a while? Outside of that, it's really easy to tell that Ava is lying about being responsible because her story doesn't make sense.
I was actually 13 years old when I had first gotten pregnant with Jordan. I didn't have my period, like my period was gone. But I didn't really have any other symptoms. I kind of was just putting two and two together. I was nervous. I had actually taken a Plan B pill, but I don't think I took it in the right amount of time, so it didn't work.
If you were being responsible and taking the birth control pill properly, then why would you need Plan B? Plan B is a very similar drug. More importantly, it's emergency contraceptive, which means you take it when you knowingly made a mistake. If it was the birth control malfunctioning, you wouldn't know there was a mishap until you were already pregnant. For those of you who don't know how Plan B works, Plan B is a drug that prevents an egg from being released in the case that a condom breaks or in the case that you participated in, let's call it involuntary sex. You have 5 days to take it before it's ineffective. On day 1, it starts at 90% effectiveness, and it drops in effectiveness roughly 10% every day you wait. Because time is a factor, you should probably keep it in your medicine cabinet at all times. It's not very expensive. That being said, something about Ava's story doesn't fit, and I am very hesitant to trust her because she has openly admitted to lying about serious information. If you couldn't tell by the clips I've shown previously, Ava has a YouTube channel where she talks about her situation. Before I show this clip, may I remind you that Ava is still a child, and if you were to watch this video, look up her channel and write a bunch of mean comments, then that would be very immoral. As I always say, feel free to look at the source material for reference, but if I make a video about another YouTuber, leave them alone. Brigading other YouTubers because someone made a video about them is disgusting behavior, and the people who promote such behavior are bad people. Now that I've reminded everyone of that, here is Ava saying that she lied.
This is a super raw video. I don't even know if I'm just because I'm tired of editing my life. Like I really am. The first, I think it was third video I posted is postpartum. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of lied. I really wasn't doing as well as I said I was doing. I mean, it wasn't like, it wasn't as amazing as I kind of said it was.
I'm going to say this next thing because I care. Ava, I don't trust you, and I don't trust that you're able to make responsible, long-term decisions for yourself, which is fairly normal because you're still a teenager. The person who is responsible is the mom, who of course gives the old, I don't know what happened. I was busy going about my day being a parent, and all of a sudden my teenage daughter gets pregnant twice.
I've gotten a lot of, why would I let my daughter do that? I mean, why would you let her get pregnant either time? What kind of mother does that? You
Oh,
know,
gotta be
lets her
afraid her, huh?
Of course nobody lets their kids get pregnant. I never once told them that they could go, be alone together. We can make it. Have the same rules every parent has. Which is no boys in their bedrooms, no being alone, no shut doors. People just get real, I don't know, just the idea that I would allow it or I wanted it to happen, which is not true.
Well, what are you gonna do? I mean, she told her daughter to leave doors open when the boyfriend was in the house, so she did everything she could. Oh wait, we haven't even met the boyfriend yet.
What is or was your relationship like?
I met him at a basketball game. It was his basketball game. I was head over here for him.
That's really strange. Why would they block his face out? Is there something wrong with their relationship? Surely they are still together, right? Nope, they broke up.
We were together for a long time, and we've been through a whole bunch together. We were super close, and I always cared for him, but no, we're
Her ex-boyfriend cheated on her throughout her entire first pregnancy. That's why they broke up. And this is why you don't have kids as a teenager. Young people do all kinds of horrible stuff to each other that are bad for stable relationships. So now these two kids have to grow up in a broken family just like their parents. The boyfriend also comes from a broken home. That Offspring song way down the line. But of course, Miss Responsible, whose family says is totally mature enough to raise two kids, took him back after he cheated on her while she was pregnant with the first kid, had sex with him after she gave birth, and got pregnant by him a second time just a few months after the first child was born. Very responsible. Here's why I hold her parents as entirely liable for this behavior. When I looked at this picture of her boyfriend for the first time, even with it censored, I said, man, he looks way older than her. Truly never mentioned how old he was, and Ava seemed extremely reluctant to say his age in her videos, but she is a child, and children are very bad at lying and keeping secrets. In one of her videos, Ava says that while she was 15 and deciding whether to keep the baby or not, her boyfriend was hesitant to keep it because he was going to college. This means that he is around 3 to 4 years older than she is. Because of Indiana law, this is technically legal, and they were both under 18. But what kind of mom lets her 13-year-old date a 16 to 17-year-old? That exposes a crack in her story about doing what she could. Here's another flaw in the mom's story.
not. Tell me.
Did anyone catch that? That certainly raises a red flag in my head. Your daughter has a major advice as an adult would be crucial for her success, yet she does not trust you enough to ask for your opinion. Tell me, Tiffany, why does your daughter not trust you? Things like this don't just come out of nowhere. Something you did to cause your child to behave like that. I think I found it.
As a child, I see my dad and my mom fighting so much. When I was 5, my dad was I see them fight with knives and stuff, and there was always cops around. Mom was in jail for a year and a half.
Her biological parents had knife fights in front of her, the cops were always around, and her mom went to jail. Considering that those are the end results of her mother's relationship ideals, do you see why Ava might not trust her mom's relationship advice or why she would hide her pregnancy? Sorry that you had to experience that. I'm sorry that your parents put you in a situation where you felt so lonely and abandoned that you had to call your mom from prison just to hear her voice. No child deserves that. This is where people who are uneducated in psychology fail to see how their past behaviors have an effect on the future behavior of their children. The mom said, well, I told her she couldn't have shut doors. That's not the behavior that matters. What's important are the physical fights with your ex-husband. If you've done that, then it doesn't matter if you told your daughter to keep doors open when her boyfriend is over, because she doesn't respect you. This is what I mean when I say parents can't simply keep their kids alive. They need to actually be good people, because kids don't listen to your words. No one listens to your words. Everybody watches your actions to determine if they should listen to you or not. If you have gotten to a point where someone is actually following your directions and taking your advice, It's because you've earned their trust and respect. Having knife fights with your ex and going to jail is not how you earn trust and respect from your child. Instead, this is what happens.
And I really don't want my son growing up like that, because it was so hard for me to do and to go through that myself, that I really don't want. I wish it upon nobody that they have to go through and their childhood has to be exposed to stuff like that, because it is so wrong, and it is not at all how God intended households to be. It's not how any kid should see how nothing. It's completely wrong.
That's what Ava thinks of her mother. She thinks, I don't want to do such a crappy job as a parent that my kids have to go through what my mom and dad's poor decisions put me through. So obviously, she's not going to take direction from her mom. Unfortunately, even though she won't take directions from her mother, Ava will still model her mom's bad example. Ava's words were, I don't want my kids to have to go through what I went through. Ava grew up in a broken home. Well, you can check that off the list because Ava is raising her kids in a broken home. Ava's mom, Tiffany, picked a horrible relationship partner who was abusive. You can check that off the list too because Ava chose to have 2 kids with an abusive father who, instead of helping her prepare for a child, cheated on her the entire first pregnancy. Despite her ex's bad behavior, Ava still idealizes him as good.
Now, he does get good to Jordan, so yes, he's a good dad. Everyone wants to hear that. He's a good dad, okay? I'm not gonna hold that against him, and it's not hard for me to say at all. I'm not gonna speak anything about my baby's father. I love him, yes, but he is a terrible man for me. A terrible man for me. He is a great dad, terrible for me.
No, Ava, he isn't. He cannot be terrible for you, cheat on you, and still be a good dad. You are the model for your kids, so your relationship stability will affect your kids' relationship stability. Also, because kids...
I don't know if I'm going to survive that. There's goddamn 5 of them.
And he is, the kids will copy that and grow up to be terrible people. And if you tell them, don't make the same mistakes I made,
I ain't surviving 5, that's for sure.
You didn't listen to your mother. Relationship partner vetting is extremely important. If you are going to be in a relationship, if you are going to marry someone, if you are going to have kids with someone, then you need to be able to tell who is going to be a good pick and who is going to be abusive.
I didn't drop a bell.
But Ava doesn't know how to do that because she doesn't have examples of it in her personal life, so she idealizes her ex-boyfriend, says good things about him, and continued to have unprotected sex with him after he cheated on her, probably in the hopes that they will get back together. You can tell that's what she wants because she says it multiple times. Here's an example of that.
I didn't have a stable relationship with my baby father. Like, I craved one. I craved it so bad.
Instead of realizing what a bad guy this is and moving on, she will likely continue to hold on to hope, even though she has said that she's done with him. Because she still attributes positive things towards him, she will either try to get back together with him again, or start picking guys who are exactly like him, if not worse. And that's how you get to the point of knife fights with your significant other. So that's 3 ways that Ava is currently raising her kids in a similarly bad environment to what she was raised in. Broken family, not able to pick a good relationship partner, and not making the kinds of life decisions that will cause her kids to trust her when they grow up. Let's talk about one more, and this one's pretty bad. Ava is clearly expressing favoritism towards her son over her daughter. Yet another reason why teenagers should not be raising children. Teenagers don't know to not do stuff like that. Here's what I mean. She displays favoritism a ton of times.
This is Jordan Haney Thomas. This is my son. He is 16 months old. I love him. He's my first love. And this is Avea Elise Katie, and she's my doll baby.
This is Jordan, the one I love, and that over there is the other baby, whatever her name is. But wait, there's more.
I could do one. Jordan, I felt like was it. When I just processed the whole thought of doing another, and I felt like I wasn't able to give enough love to Jordan, it was the most traumatic thing. I literally cried to my mom. I remember just screaming and crying.
Wow. Way to tell your daughter that she's unwanted, while at the same time saying her existence robs your son of the love that you want to give him. What about her? I hope your daughter doesn't see this when she gets older. So that's 2 specific times, just in the My Extraordinary Family video, that she expresses favoritism. She also seems to only talk about her son.
This is my stepdad, Marcus, and he helps me so much, especially with Jordan. And this is my boyfriend. sister now. She's everywhere. She loves Jordan to death.
Oh, he's so great with Jordan. Jordan this, Jordan that. She says her son's name so many times that it was easy for me to memorize it, but currently, I still don't know what her daughter's name is because she only says it once during the entire mini documentary. But it's not just the Trudy video, it's also on her channel.
And my boyfriend was super excited. He was really, really happy that it was a boy. And I was too. I really wanted a boy. I didn't want a girl. I grew up with all girls.
Well, you have one now, so now what? One more example.
I don't even know how I'm going to love another baby as much as I love Jordan, or even half as much as I love Jordan.
Do you not see how these things might make your daughter extremely jealous because she doesn't get as much attention from you? This is going to cause sibling rivalry, and it very well might cause your kids to hate each other as they get older. That's very common in broken families. Do you also not see how this might cause you to lash out at your daughter unfairly when she does something wrong? Think of it this way. If you were your daughter, who would you want to be raised by? Family A, who waited to have kids until they were ready, could financially support themselves and their kids, and they say things like, "We're so glad to have a baby girl. We can't wait to introduce you to your older brother. We love you both so much." Or would you rather come from Family B, who had an unplanned pregnancy, tried to abort you but couldn't because she was in denial of her second pregnancy and missed the cutoff, and then says, "I don't want a baby girl, and I don't think I can love her half as much as I love my son." Do you think that's not going to have an effect on your daughter or your parenting? Do you think that's fostering the kind of childhood that's going to make her happy and not have her crying in 14 years saying, "I don't want my kids to go through what I went through"? This is why teenagers should not have kids. Teenagers don't think long term, and childcare is all about how your actions now will affect your kids way in the future. The way this all changes, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to treat Ava like an adult for this part, but the way this all changes and the way her kids grow up in a decent environment is for Ava to first humble her ego of her going on about how mature she is and what a great mom she is. Mature people don't call themselves mature. Second, she needs to take responsibility for the bad decisions she's made. After watching all of her videos, I watched her multiple times shift the blame to God and the universe for putting her through this instead of her own stupid mistakes.
So, December came by and I went to like my first basketball game to watch my boyfriend play. And I got a lot of looks and everything, and everyone from my school was looking at me. I did feel different from them. It's because I know they would never have to do it without my boyfriend. They would never have to worry about title. Or maybe they do, but not like me. And I just always felt like it was unfair to me. I know that God has a lot of hard situations.
Lead us, speed!
You need to take responsibility for your faults, otherwise you will keep making the same mistakes over and over again. You blame other people for your first unplanned pregnancy instead of blaming yourself? Guess what? You end up with another one. She needs to go seek a professional in psychology who can help prevent her from making more bad choices. These pathological behaviors are ingrained in her psychology, and she's going to have to work really hard to train herself to make healthy choices. Will she do that? Unfortunately, probably not, because everyone around her is encouraging the behavior.
I am extremely proud of you. I've never seen someone your age, like even as mature as you. All of my friends, I'm close to being as mature as you are. People say that all the time. Just how you don't look your age, you don't act your age. Yeah. You really just like act like you're kind of doing this on your own and you're doing it, but you are.
She's not doing this on her own. Her parents are paying the bills. Also, people don't change if they don't know there's a problem. This is Ava's excellent mother saying dumb things like this.
I think it's like, it needs to be normalized that it's okay to keep your baby.
No, it's not. A 14-year-old should not be raising a child, and this should not be normalized. The correct choice in this case is spending the 9 months of a suitable family to raise those kids. Adoption is not a perfect answer, but it's far better than what Ava chose. This is not about people saying, "Well, I made the kid, so I should have to be punished by raising it." Isn't that great? Your mom thinking raising you is a punishment for her bad behavior, but it's such a common sentiment. That sentiment is disrespectful of what the child child needs. Because that's what this is all about, doing what's best for the child. This whole thing goes back to the idea of people thinking they are good parents simply because they did a job. Yeah, well, I kept you alive, so I must be a good parent. That's not good enough. Where does that apply in any other field? Imagine if you had a plumber fix your pipes, and 3 months later, they burst and ruin the entire bottom floor of your 2-story house. Imagine if he said, yeah, well, I fixed the pipes, I did the job, I did what I could do. It's not like there's a book on how to fix pipes. That's what I hear when I hear parents talk about how they kept you alive, so they must have not done a bad job. Here's the problem. Kids who are simply kept alive and not raised properly cause all kinds of destruction, much like a broken pipe that's not fixed properly. Doing a job is not good enough. You need to do the right job, and that applies in every field. The people who experience career success, the people who are loved by their community, and the people who end up with great kids are people who do the right job. Doing the right job takes a lot of work, and it takes a ton of skill building. You have to know a lot about plumbing to be able to fix things properly and not have them create problems a few months down the road. I've seen that from personal experience as I've watched multiple bad plumbers destroy houses. In fact, a slight shift in topic, a few years ago, a friend of mine showed me the engine of his brother's car. Apparently, a mechanic who worked on the car previously didn't tighten a bolt properly, and it rattled enough to tear a hole through the engine, which I believe totaled the car. That mechanic didn't do the right job. Knowing enough about cars or plumbing so that stuff like that doesn't happen doesn't just take a lot of studying, it takes a lifetime of constantly learning new skills involved in your craft. Doing the right job is also hard work. You might find yourself in an engine. While you were putting everything back together, you made a crucial mistake that will harm the integrity of that engine at the very beginning of reassembly. That might mean you have to take the entire engine apart and
That's what's killing me. Plague Witch. I don't know what a Plague Witch is, but it's apparently pretty tough.
We'll spend the time taking that thing apart again and make sure the job is done right. That's the person who gets good results in the long run, and that's the kind of person people should be striving to be. But with that said, I think that's enough for this video. So if you liked it, hit the like button.
You know what? I'm gonna sit in my bed until daytime.
Comment and share. If you would like to support this channel, then you can do so with PayPal, Patreon, or Subscribestar. You can find all of those links in the description. Last, don't forget to check me out on Odyssey and Minds.com. You can also find those links in the description. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
For the person out there who's planning on doing it, you know, the thing that we all wake up every day hoping we'll see in the news. And we're like, man, keep going. Your plan, it's gonna work. If not, it'll inspire the next person. And I will definitely put money on your books. We're all rooting for you and hoping that you do it quickly and get away with it.
For those of you who aren't clued in, she's encouraging someone to assassinate Donald Trump, which is a crime, by the way. Inciting violence and offering to pay someone to murder for you is not protected speech. But this is like a new TikTok trend now where a bunch of crazies are asking if Trump is dead yet.
Hey, MAGA, is he dead yet? That's the only thing, the only conversation that I want to have with you. Whether or not he's dead yet. So stay off my fucking page unless you're coming to tell me that Donald is dead.
I genuinely believe that these people are so uneducated that they don't know that this would make J.D. Vance president, and he basically has the same values as Trump. So anyway, a few years ago I made this video here called How People Are Being Radicalized, which was primarily a response to a giant YouTuber named Ludwig reacting to my content. And look, there's Hassan Piker right there in the thumbnail. Who could have predicted 3 years ago that he would be a major force radicalizing people today? But since that video, things have continued to get worse, and now we have even more mentally ill liberals screaming at everyone. Though the best part of the current year is that a lot of them are coming out of the closet on bullying.
But I do have to give Tim Walz credit for saying that we need to be meaner. Because a lot of you need to be, like, meaner. Of course that's what you're saying. You leftists just want to bully everybody. Yeah. In this case, yeah. If you're still walking around with a MAGA hat, yeah.
All right, that's what everyone's been waiting for. I'm sure the news of the new bullying meta will make the MAGA hats very happy. But what really seems to be the issue here with all these people going onto TikTok to have psychotic breakdowns or tell people to take canned food, put it into a sock, and then use that to beat your family members who voted for Trump is that they're so incapable of listening to any differing viewpoints that they don't understand their opposition or even their own side well enough to see why Trump is so popular.
You were a Democrat.
I was my whole life.
Really?
I first voted for Bill Clinton and voted Democrat every single year until November. We can't just have anyone cross the border. What I will tell you is that it was not for Donald Trump.
Tainted tree, whoa.
Because
tainted tree.
After he was elected.
Right, you can't just let a ton of people illegally cross the border. That's a great way to enable child sex trafficking, the trafficking of dangerous hard drugs like fentanyl, and it allows criminals to invade our country unabated. Some of these wokies seem to be quick to forget that not even 6 months ago, Venezuelan gangs were assaulting and kidnapping people in Colorado apartments. There's a reason why we have borders, and in fact, I'm old enough to remember when Bernie Sanders was against illegals.
Open borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. The idea, of course, I mean, that's a right-wing proposal which says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot
me.
of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation state.
Shit, there's
right?
two of them.
People in this country would love to open borders. Bring in all kinds of people work for $2 or $3 an hour. That would be great for them. I don't believe in that.
It's actually not just Bernie Sanders who's spoken out against illegals. In fact, every president on the left that's taken office during my lifetime has been against open borders.
God damn, that was hard.
Broke our immigration laws. They must be held accountable.
All Americans in every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards.
I voted for punish American employers who knowingly violate the law when in fact they hire illegally.
Crazy, right? But going back to what Bernie Sanders said, open borders used to very much be a right-wing position that George Bush Jr. was infamous for allowing in the 2000s. In the past, I believe Republicans were very pro-amnesty of illegals because big businesses loved hiring them as a soft form of slave labor because they had to accept very low pay, and if they wanted to organize for some sort of workers' rights, they could just be deported. But now it seems like cheap labor is a leftist position.
Hey, these mass deportations are going to help out real Americans, right?
I'm going to stop you right there. First off, if watching families being ripped apart does not appeal to your humanity, let me try and appeal to you financially, because these mass ICE deportations are bad for the economy. So while undocumented immigrants actually make up a really small portion of the overall workforce, they are overrepresented in jobs that you do not want. Things that have little benefits, long hours, backbreaking work, no pay. For example, about 42% of the agricultural workforce.
Without the slaves, who will pick the cotton? But in reality, illegals make it very difficult for small businesses who want to provide good pay and good working conditions to compete against big businesses or other small businesses who are essentially cheating. Also, those same illegals are stealing away resources from people who actually pay into the system, and that's causing those people to switch parties.
This was the precise moment I no longer was a Democrat.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Let me stop you right there. They're not undocumented immigrants, they're illegal aliens. Calling them immigrants implies that they are legally here, and they are not legally here. Stop trying to confuse people on purpose by changing the language. Anyway, let's continue. Everyone raised their hands saying they were in favor of giving free healthcare to illegals. Wait, was one of those people Bernie Sanders? Let's get a higher quality image from YouTube, and yep, it is. What a wild political shift.
That was the precise moment that I knew I was leaving the Democratic Party, because I was a two-time bone cancer survivor. I voted for Obama-Biden based on Obamacare. And when it was implemented in 2010, I went from an insurance plan that was $185 a month with $1,000 deductible, and I was left with the cheapest option being $1,200 a month, $6,000 deductible. I went 10 years without insurance because I could no longer afford insurance. Every single Democrat candidate up on that debate stage raised their hand and said they would give illegals free health care. That was the exact moment I was no longer a Democrat.
You want to know why your medical bills are so expensive? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that, but a big one is the fact that emergency rooms are legally required to take care of people who enter them, whether they have the money or not, and illegals love using that as a form of health care, followed by not paying for their bill, so the hospitals just jack up the prices for everyone else to pay for that. And I have to say that the taxpayers are tired of being looted by the people gaming the system and by the flunkies of society.
They cut my motherfucking food stamps to $85 from $738. How the fuck? That's supposed to support a household of 3. How the fuck am I supposed to survive on that shit? So when y'all see me in that motherfucking store stealing stuff and that shit in my motherfucking bag, nicely act like you don't see shit.
Just by looking at you, everyone can tell that you aren't starving, so pay for your own food or have fun ending up in a jail cell after you try to steal it. But these days in America, every leftist and their grandmother is just looting taxpayers to make up for their own terrible decisions. And like I said, it's not just the right that's tired of being bullied by these people. Stuff like this has been causing longtime Democrats to flee the party. And that's because this is stealing. This is called theft. You guys want to know why you can't afford shit anymore? Half the reason is because the government is out there constantly stealing your money and largely giving it to themselves. But while they do that, they throw a bunch of people crying in front of you who have made tons of irresponsible decisions and say, can't you just have some compassion? No, I don't have compassion for people who have made bad decision after bad decision, refuse to change, and then use that as an excuse to rob me. Now, I do care about people who are suffering with genuine disabilities, and I think those are an exception to the rule. However, it is uncanny how much money these people in the government are stealing from you, while at the same time they use poor people or illegals as human shields to prevent anyone from criticizing them. Here's a video of some on-the-ground reporting of New York giving free housing to illegals in New York City, one of the most expensive places to live in America.
We're in uptown New York City, right next to all these brownstone homes that cost millions of dollars, and this 10-story high shelter is housing thousands of migrants for completely free. What do you think about all the migrants that are getting free rent, you get the free food, they get a free time here in New York City while you guys have to pay for your rent and everything like that? Does that make you upset?
Yeah, honestly, that's not fair for me. That shit is not fair at all. We all live here. We all gotta work. We all gotta get our shit. So they should do the same shit. You feel me?
And that's not even the worst of it. You see, a lot of these places that are housing illegals were basically just hotels going bankrupt because they couldn't get enough customers, so now the government is paying them for every night illegals stay there.
It's interesting to know that many of the hotels housing migrants inside New York were once on the brink of bankruptcy before they turned into migrant shelters. And now the city is paying a premium of up to $300 per room and guaranteeing maximum capacity for each building. In other words, these hotels are making more money than ever before with a guaranteed max capacity each night and not having to worry about spending money on advertising to receive extra bookings. So if you're a businessman, why wouldn't you turn your hotel into a migrant shelter, especially if your company can make an extra $10.5 million in pure profit?
So this is literally a corrupt business wealth transfer, and it's not the only example of it being done. In fact, a lot of taxpayer money is stolen this way. A great book called The Dictator's Handbook outlines a number of foreign aid scams where politicians are like, here's $20 million of foreign aid to help farms in Haiti, but they can only spend the money on John Deere tractors. This is rich people preying on the pathological kindness of some Americans and preying on their lack of ability to research where their money is going. And like I said, this is not that uncommon. Even better, these air-quote compassionate, useful idiots love to talk down to you as they try to force you to take experimental medical procedures or be ostracized from society.
America, if you can hear my voice, clap once. If you can hear my voice, clap twice. Do you know why I am here today, my friends? Those of you who are unvaccinated, you are not welcome to play with the vaccinated friends anymore. I know. And you know why that is? Because they don't want to die. That's right, they do not want to die. So here's what we're gonna do. When you get a vaccine, you're gonna get a really cool card. And you can laminate it. And you're gonna show it to private businesses and hospitals and schools to get inside. Does that sound good?
No, that doesn't sound good. That sounds a lot like fascism. That sounds like authoritarianism, and it sounds like you're saying that I should be forced to inject some barely tested mystery fluid into my body that's not even that effective because you don't want to deal with your anxiety issues. This is not just lacking in compassion for others. What she's saying should happen is genuinely evil. And we all had to hear this shit for multiple years as big tech memory hold any criticism. But all of these radicalized beliefs didn't just spark out of nowhere. They've been pushed for many years by the media and colleges, with more classical examples like this clip of Maxine Waters telling people who were already looting businesses, setting everything on fire, beating people up, and sometimes killing people She was telling these people to get more confrontational if they didn't get the verdict they wanted for the George Floyd Derek Chauvin trial.
We're going to get a verdict that will say guilty, guilty, guilty. And if we don't, we cannot go away. We've got to get more confrontational. We've got to make sure that they know that we mean business.
Why is this chick not in prison for saying that? Oh, but she didn't say go be violent. I don't care. Everyone knows what she meant. She's literally telling rioters to go riot more, and that is not protected speech, that's terrorism. Like I said, this is not new, and it's ongoing with the younger generations on Twitch, where you have one of the largest creators actively promoting multiple terrorist groups.
Let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag?
Yeah.
Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag.
I don't know flags.
It's this is a.
You know what? I'm gonna be brave.
What?
My favorite flag.
It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up.
Wow. Son.
Or. We might have to cut this. We're behind the paywall. It's fine.
Yeah, sick terrorist flag, dude. Isn't it so cool? This is basically like Hassan saying that Hitler is his favorite political leader. And I mean, geez, you can visibly see how immediately uncomfortable his statement makes everyone in the room, as he promotes a Muslim terrorist group in front of a gay guy and a pride flag.
Does he know what One Piece is?
Lofi. Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do.
Now, a lot of people have said that this guy wasn't actually a Houthi, but whether he was a Houthi terrorist or not is beside the point, because the reason that Hassan interviewed him is because he thought he was a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother.
The Houthis have child slave soldiers and child sex slaves. Did you know that there are 4 million children married to pedophiles in Yemen right now, and Hassan supports that regime?
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down. They are on the morally right side.
But Hassan is not the only person who is spreading radicalism on Twitch. He literally has an entire friend group helping him promote terrorism in multiple ways. Like Sean DeBlack telling someone to murder Destiny, Denham's offering to pay someone to kill Mark Kern for $30,000, as well as Mike from PA putting a $100,000 hit on Ethan Klein. Keep in mind that this is straight up criminal behavior. They should be serving jail time for encouraging their radicalized followers to kill people.
Holy shit.
So much as get a
Yeah,
warning from
fucking
Twitch for
swamp
doing
is
this.
hard, man.
However, Twitch will ban you if you call someone fat or call a prostitute a prostitute.
So I want to let you guys all know this. This is the same website where Hassan calls me a rapist, Asmongold a pedophile, and a mother killer. Bringing up Asmongold's dead mother. No ban. I called OnlyFans girl a whore after she called me a rapist. A career-ending, life-ending accusation. They get no punishment. I get 7 days.
People are getting quite tired of the double standards and the two-tiered system of rules. It's not just Twitch allowing this, though. YouTube does it too. Another of Hassan's groupies, Noah Sampson, has been using his YouTube channel to promote racism and terrorism as well.
The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom.
Let me reiterate that Noah said that effectively all Jews in Israel are evil Israeli Defense Force supporting Zionists, which is not true. There are tons of Jews in Israel who don't support what the IDF is doing. But because Noah is either stupid or more likely a liar, he uses a survey that only polled 600 people to describe a Jewish population of over 7 million and say that basically all Jews in Israel want Palestinians dead. This is a massive research fumble. That is a really low population size, especially considering that Noah essentially is using that number to say that it would be moral to exterminate almost all of the Jewish population in Israel, including civilians and including children, because they're all rotten, colonizing, genocidal racists. There's a bunch of other mistakes in Noah's research, and it's suffice to say that a very common tactic of radical leftists like Noah is to weaponize terrible research to trick people into believing things that are not true. They do this almost constantly. But more importantly, since we're talking about YouTube rules, let me just note that what Noah said in that last clip is very much a violation of YouTube's policies. And if you don't think so, then replace the word Jew with black person, call them all rotten, and watch his channel disappear. Noah Sampson has actually violated the YouTube rules a bunch. In his follow-up video, the genocide-supporting YouTubers responded. After calling Ethan Klein and Mudahar propagandists, he tells his followers to commit terrorist acts by causing damage to the supply chains, as well as violently attack politicians and propagandists who disagree with his viewpoint.
We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Really, politically, materially? Nothing. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. That's all I'm saying.
Here's the policy that Noah violated on YouTube. Obviously, you're not allowed to promote terrorism or violent acts. And for those of you who would point out that he removed this clip from the video, I would just like to say that YouTube saves a copy of the original video when you make edits, and removing content or deleting videos does not remove your liability for breaking the rules in the eyes of YouTube. Last, Noah Samsen does this massive live stream series where he interviews that guy Hassan Piker initially told everyone was a Houthi, and towards the end of that interview, Noah says this.
I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about how I feel about the Houthis without the FBI arresting me, but I would say this motion and this motion and free Palestine from the river to the sea. Dude, I love that kid.
In an extreme case of irony, this moment actually occurs at 9 hours and 11 minutes into the stream. But it is very much against YouTube rules because the Houthis are designated as a terrorist organization, and you're not allowed to promote terrorism on YouTube. This is what pisses everyone off. For years on Big Tech, if you had any opinion that was slightly right of Karl Marx, you could get banned for sneezing in the wrong direction. Yet people like Hassan or Noah Samsen can violate the rules numerous times, and their channels are perfectly fine.
God damn it!
And speaking of the consistent promotion of terrorism from these types, over the past few weeks we've seen some of the consequences of that. The start of this was a person named Elias Rodriguez who randomly shot 2 Jewish people who practiced Christianity and were working at the Israeli embassy. Now, do we have any evidence that this couple was harming anyone before some terrorist decided to execute them? Or do these radicals see it fit to just randomly commit murder because someone happens to be in a particular group? What happened to due process? And I mention that term due process because recently it's become a buzzword for leftists, and the Bill of Rights has magically become important to them after all these years now that it's politically convenient, for reasons that we'll get into later. But when people like Noah Samsen, the king of grandstanding about audience responsibility, say stuff like, we have access to the politicians and we have access to the propagandists, it's time to escalate, it encourages people to commit violence. And of course, terrorists supporting Hassan Piker responds to this event with damage control by calling it a false flag.
I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that.
Now guys, I'm not saying that it's a false flag, but basically it's a false flag. Great argument, Hassan. Great way to get your audience to believe it's a false flag without the liability of directly saying that it's a false flag. Shortly after those Jewish people got shot, on June 1st, an Egyptian person who was living in the U.S. illegally threw a Molotov cocktail into a crowd of people who were doing a peaceful march in support of Israeli hostages, and he injured 15 of the marchers. Speaking of illegals and one of the biggest reasons why people voted for Trump, let's talk about the LA riots. The mostly peaceful protests.
Demonstrations had been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrators were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns. And again, they were expressing their anger about the detention of so many immigrants at the Federal Center.
Again, fiery but mostly peaceful. Mostly peaceful protests where people are fully masked so you can't see their faces, and they're attacking reporters.
Hey!
I don't do anything. Get the fuck out of here. I know what you're doing. You fucking white nationalist. This is our fucking land, you bitch. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Dude, I have every right to be here. I don't give a fuck. Not today. I'm the fucking police. I'm telling you not to be here, motherfucker. Well, I want to be here. Well, I'm fucking telling you not to be here.
Yes, that was the reporter from before. But I love how they don't see the irony of trying to force him to leave a place that he wants to stay in, while at the same time, they're protesting under the idea that the government shouldn't be allowed to force illegals to leave a place they want to stay in. They actually do this to him again in New York City.
Hey, I can be here, sir. I don't leave. I'm no.
Think that you're welcome in this space. All these people are telling you to leave. This is the white kind of privilege. You're evil.
These idiots never fail to step all over their morals the second they become inconvenient. Speaking of that, rioters are also looting stores that appear to be owned by Mexicans, and if you think that's ironic, it's not, because BLM did the same shit to black businesses back in 2020. This is just what they do. They're also damaging property, so they have projectiles to mostly peacefully throw stuff at cars. Obviously, I can't show the more violent stuff because YouTube, but you can have fun watching that on Twitter. Fortunately, they found this guy here who was throwing rocks at every vehicle that passed by. Not to mention that person who threw a brick from the top of a bridge and hit a cop in the head, which could have killed him if he wasn't wearing a helmet. These people are just begging for the police to use deadly force against them. And last, the mostly peaceful protesters are mobbing cars like a horde of zombies.
You might think that this is a screenshot from Grand Theft Auto 6. It's actually not. It's LA today.
Now, why are these people rioting? I'm sorry, I mean, why is there a mostly peaceful protest with buildings and cars being set on fire? Well, it's because the Trump administration decided to start enforcing the border policy, which is something that Americans have been requesting for decades. So in response, a bunch of almost peaceful people are violently rioting to obstruct deportation raids. Because of this, the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, went onto the news to tell everyone that people wouldn't be rioting if Trump simply stopped trying to enforce the U.S. law.
Well, I just have to say that if you dial back time and go to Friday, if immigration raids had not happened here, we would not have the disorder that went on last night. I will tell you that it is peaceful now, but we do not know where and when the next raids will be. That is the concern, because people in the city have a rapid response network. If they see ICE, they go out and they protest. And so it's just a recipe for pandemonium that is completely unnecessary. Nothing was happening here. Los Angeles was peaceful before Friday.
And these mostly peaceful protests aren't just in LA. They're in multiple areas across America. And guess who decided to show his face in the safest part of the LA riots? It's Twitch's second most popular political streamer, Hassan Piker. He must be having so much fun. Look at that soy face. Hassan showed up to support terrorism like usual, help block traffic, which is a crime by the way, and to openly admit that a number of the rioters are people who watch his channel.
No wonder there's so many federal agents in my fucking chat, dude. It's like half of the protest is Hassan Alvarez. What's up? You want me out here? Love you. Of course. Nice to meet you, man.
How is he not at least partially responsible for these terrorist acts? He goes onto social media and spends well over a year promoting terrorism, which again, is against Twitch's and YouTube's policy. He tells people multiple times to beat up or kill those he doesn't like, as recently as a few days ago, by the way, and what a shock, people who support his values and watch his Twitch channel are out there rioting. But don't worry, because Hassan has spent most of this protest malding about how Asmongold is more famous than him.
Bro, he's out there talking about me. Hopefully one day we'll see the largest political commentator Asmongold out here in the streets, you know, for protesting, for, I don't know, making...
Okay, sure. I'll go with the National Guard to arrest everybody who's standing in the highway. Yeah, I think that sounds great.
More power to you. Arrest Twitch's second most popular political streamer along with them. Now look at the reality of these riots. You have foreigners illegally crossing the border and waving their flag as they assault American citizens. To me, this sounds a lot like a declaration of war. It sounds like a hostile invasion. No one loves Mexico like the people who refuse to live there, right?
You sorry sons of bitches that think that you're just gonna go and fucking arrest a bunch of protesters?
Well, the violent ones, yes. The ones setting cars on fire and throwing rocks at people, yeah, arrest them and use force when necessary. Now, before we continue, I just want to point out yet another example where purple hair and a nose ring has accurately identified a crazy person.
They're out there doing something you're too afraid to do. They're out there fighting for our freedom, and they're out there fighting for our right for free speech, because you, all 2,000 of you fucking National Guardsmen, you brave-ass fucking soldiers, you think you're gonna march in those streets and tell those people to shut the up? That is what you decided to fight for. You chose to defend us against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Like I said, people crossing the border without permission, violently attacking and looting American citizens, and waving their country's flag sounds a lot like a foreign invasion. So by your definition, the National Guard is doing its job by defending us against foreign enemies. Actually, a huge portion of the rioters seem to be low-information dumbasses.
This was Mexico. This is our turf. These motherfuckers. This was our land. All this is stolen. And what? Now we're fucking illegal here.
This is our city, and this was Mexico. You can't get this out of the land that was ours.
I mean, that really depends on your genealogy and your perspective on history. First of all, California was purchased by America after a border dispute. Really, it was the Spanish who conquered that territory before America bought it, so I guess you have to blame them for colonizing Mexico. But then you also have to consider that the native population actually helped the Spanish overthrow their leaders because those people were pretty evil, and there was a lot of race mixing going on there, so like, you speak Spanish, right? Well, that's not the native language of the land. Spanish is actually a European language. Plus, because of the race mixing, if you have Spanish blood, then you are also part colonizer. And last, the Native Americans or the indigenous populations were not peaceful, contrary to what a lot of these people would say. They were just as evil as those who conquered them. They would torture and kill each other and have wars over territory as well. The Spanish just had better weapons. A realistic view of history kind of makes everyone look like assholes. But more importantly, this all happened like 200 years ago, and you weren't alive then, so you didn't have jack shit stolen from you. Technically, if you're trying to invade America and violently overthrow the government to make California Mexico again, then you are the colonizer. Though I have to say that nobody hates illegal aliens more than Mexicans who are legally in America.
So let me get this straight. You don't want to go back to Mexico. The protest is big, but you're waving the Mexican flag and you're waving it with pride. You're waving it in the United States. You guys are an embarrassment to the Mexican culture and to the United States culture.
And of course, you have a bunch of violent radicals using children as human shields. Here's a Twitter account who's in favor of the riots posting an image that says, LAPD tear gassed a baby. No, that's not what happened. What happened was that this idiot brought her child to a riot where people knew they were going to be tear gassed. You can even see protesters who brought items to defend against it.
What's the windblower for?
Just for the fucking tear gas to blow it up on those motherfuckers. If you have a fucking blower, bring it up.
Well, she may get some protection from the tear gas, but she certainly isn't defeating any stereotypes by running around with that leaf blower. But as for the chick who brought her toddler to a riot, she deserves an investigation from the CPS. This is incredibly irresponsible behavior, and I think it's disgusting when parents bring their kids to any protest, much less a place where tons of violence is occurring. And like I said, these riots have been happening in multiple cities, with these idiots even preventing cops from doing their normal job by obstructing the police from stopping drug traffickers in Minneapolis.
Chaos erupted in South Minneapolis as federal law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, ICE, DEA, and ATF, served high-risk search warrants related to drugs and money laundering at this Mexican restaurant on East Lake Street. Hundreds of protesters gathered, some clashing with law enforcement, believing it was an ICE raid.
Personally, I think that if these people are told to back up and they continue to obstruct the police, most Americans would have no problem with the police making an example of them with an arrest and using appropriate force, which includes lethal force, when it's necessary.
Regardless of what was taking place here, the fact
Holy
that,
crap.
you know, there are agents who are militarized, you know, they deployed tear gas on community members. Whatever was happening is completely unacceptable.
They have all that combat gear because they're trying to stop a bunch of drug traffickers, you moron. You know obstructing an arrest is a crime, right? If you don't want to get tear gas, then get the hell out of the way. And after all the stuff these assholes pulled in 2020, it's time for them to start seeing some actual consequences. Stop protecting criminals.
Well, that guy's not crazy at all. Yeah, he sounds completely sane. I would let that man take my rectal temperature.
Jeez, what the hell is with these people screaming all the time? These aren't peaceful protests, you liar, and if you aren't legally in the US, then you don't have the same rights as US citizens. There's only enter the country legally or get the hell out. It's weird how most of the world operates like this, but it's only an issue when the US starts enforcing their border policies. And when I see tons of nut jobs like this crashing out on the internet multiple times a day, it's hard for me to believe how so many people thought that Trump was going to lose to Kamala Harris, who was one of the most unpopular political candidates.
Okay, so
We're closing in on almost 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and I've been tracking everything that's been going on across the country today. I was talking to the guy in the store, of course. He asked me, you know, why I was getting the champagne, and I said, because I'm going to be toasting Madam President tonight. And he just looked at me with kind of like a smirk on his face, and I said, you know, she's going to win this, right? And he said, oh, but the numbers are so close. I said, I'm a political analyst. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are there. She's taking this election. And then I said to him, you realize, and he didn't tell me who he voted for, but of course I knew. And I said, you do realize you wasted your vote, right? And I didn't care. And I walked out with my bottle of champagne and happily walked home.
I wonder what this goofy bitch was like after the election.
Person. Now I get that there are many reasonable people out there who vote Democrat who voted against Trump more so because of character flaws that Trump has or things he did that they didn't like and not because they're mental patients. However, when you have tons of people on social media representing your party who are this deranged, and you see mainstream Democrats and Twitch streamers catering to the most mentally ill people, then you're going to see a lot of those prior supporters of the left leave your party. Now, there are a lot of people criticizing the Trump administration by saying, where's the due process for illegals? I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the exact legal limit of this, considering that stuff like Social Security cards were put into effect 150 years after the Bill of Rights was written. But from my perspective, they don't have the same rights as people who are legally residing in America, and this should be as simple as prove you have the right to be here or get deported. It's not that hard to show a passport, a visa, a green card, or proof of citizenship. There's no need to have a drawn-out trial for tens of millions of illegals who are currently in this country. I mean, certainly these mostly peaceful protesters should have no problem with people showing ID, seeing how many leftists wanted you to carry a vaccine card everywhere. But outside of that, what I've noticed from the people on the left who are critical of the deportations is that they don't really seem to be criticizing the rioters, nor will they say reasonable things like, people who throw bricks at cops' heads should spend years in prison. Maybe at best they might mention that a little violence is occurring, but only after they've already pre-framed the event as a peaceful protest. Or they bring up a small mention of the violence, however they make sure to say, but look at all the peaceful protesters. Yeah, well look at all the rioters. This is a really consistent thing that the left has done for the past 10 years, which is to ignore all the violence and the straight-up terrorist acts that their side has committed. The fact that you assholes ignore every single Antifa riot, every BLM riot, college campus rioters anytime someone on the right speaks, pro-Palestine rioters, people burning Teslas, all the looting, and now the deportation riots. There have been a shitload of riots from the left, and when people bring them up, leftists say, but what about January 6th? Oh sure, a single day compared to over a decade of rioting. Seriously, fuck you guys. We aren't even including all the vast number of threats of violence coming from the left if things don't go their way politically. Were people on the right making video after video, crossing their fingers hoping someone would assassinate Biden and lamenting a failed attempt? No. The worst thing that the right did was chant, let's go Brandon for a year or two.
What's it like seeing so many Republicans in Manhattan, so many Trump supporters in Manhattan? Is that surprising?
No, not at all. It's turning now. Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
Fuck you.
Effectively, all the political violence is coming from the left. And you dipshits that keep defending them by saying, look at all the peaceful protesters, are the assholes.
And I know if you look at the most incendiary photos and videos of this protest, and you see some guy on the hood of a burning Waymo with a Mexican flag, you think, oh, that guy's a f***ing problem. And you know what? He is. Lock that guy up. I don't care. But understand that 99% of the people, more than 99.9% of the people at that protest are just trying to express a very human desire to stop getting f***ed with by ICE. Dude, it's crazy. Now, again, I feel like you have to say this. I don't think people should loot. I don't think people should burn cars. But understand, just really understand how small a percent that is. And you can't ignore or write off the real demands of a lot more people because somebody in that group is going to be stupid.
Imagine telling a girl that her husband is mostly a good guy because he only beats her 1% of the time. Actually, it's worse than that because this guy was like, hitting is wrong, I disavow that, but come on. It doesn't happen that much, and besides, the reason behind why he hit you is pretty good. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater just because you used a little bit of violence that one time. I'm not kidding when I say that this guy Atriak's whole video was basically that argument. I mean, there was so little focus on any of the numerous terrorist acts that were committed outside of him quickly saying that violence is bad, that I had to re-watch the video to even catch that he said the violence was bad. And he's not the only more reasonable sounding person on the left who dismissed the violence. Hank Green also made a video on this where he didn't even have the courtesy to disavow the violence. In fact, upon re-watching it to make sure, he not only minimizes the violence just like Atrioc, but he appears to be encouraging it.
You do your best to be as immoral and illegal about it as possible, to make it so that many people believe that the right thing to do is to stop an ICE agent from doing what they have been told to do. So you have two people who feel that it is their obligation to do opposite things in a physical space, and so you have actual conflict and that erupts in violence. Now, people will say they could just do it non-violently, just put on suits and march through the streets, but if you think that these policies and the suspension of due process is illegal, then it makes sense that you might physically try and stop a person who thinks they are enforcing the law from breaking the law.
Okay, maybe we can discuss the right to self-defense in the case that the government is doing something illegal, but how is robbing stores self-defense? How is setting stuff on fire self-defense? How is blocking roads and impeding emergency services self-defense? How is attacking journalists self-defense? The reality is that the people who are doing these things are not engaging in self-defense. They're just criminals. And criminals should receive punishment, otherwise they will keep committing crimes.
Unfortunately, this is just how criminals act. They see windows of opportunity to pick on people, and if they feel they'll get away with it, they will take that opportunity.
Why are these people on the left so afraid to take any action against rioters? Literally all they do is run damage control for the rioters and say it's not that bad. Meanwhile, while everyone on the left is running that damage control, what's actually going on is that rioters are using peaceful protesters as human shields to hide behind as they commit crimes. And the rioters absolutely know they can hide amongst people who are non-violent, because if you watch the videos of the riots, you can see rioters standing amongst non-violent protesters while the rioters are throwing bricks at cops trying to murder them. And the cops are hesitant to defend themselves because they can't do anything without hitting people who aren't being violent. You can see that reporter from earlier, Nick Shirley, as an innocent bystander, getting tear gas as the cops try to stop the violent protesters. Also, let me be clear, I do not consider the shitloads of people who block roads to be peaceful protesters either.
Shit.
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work? Look at this line that you guys are causing.
Wow, that's oppression right there.
Do you think it's peaceful for this man to intimidate her and tell her that she can't go to work? No, he's holding her hostage. So I really have a problem with seeing the viewpoint of the left on this, even the ones who appear to be more calm and collected, because they don't see blocking the roads as violent protesting, and they go out of their way to defend rioters. But even still, I do hear their arguments. I get that being reckless about deportations can get some legal citizens caught up in the crossfire, and we can certainly discuss if that's happening or not, because I don't want people who have the right to be here to be thrown out. However, I'm not going to open up a conversation with people who sit by and watch terrorist act after terrorist act be committed, and not only aid those terrorists by being their little damage control PR team, but oftentimes, in fact, pretty frequently, they encourage the violence.
Kind of wish I was there.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be really fucking sweet to throw the tear gas back at them.
A lot of people worry about property damage for the sake of property damage. It's not like a terrifying situation at all. Seeing it on television obviously feels a lot different than just like being right here.
There are very few people on the left actually making an effort to stop or mitigate the violent protesting, outside of maybe Bernie Sanders, who apparently is on the correct side of history for a second time here. Hopefully he doesn't walk it back this time. But like I said, for the most part, talk is cheap. Criminals don't care about kind words, and probably the best policy here is to fuck around and find out.
So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at.
Yeah, I don't really see a problem with anything he said, because the violence keeps getting worse and it goes beyond the mostly peaceful protest. As I'm recording this, Democrat Melissa Hortman and her husband just got murdered, conveniently right after she was the only Democrat who voted against medical care for illegals.
Portman was the lone DFL lawmaker to cast a vote to cut Minnesota Care access for undocumented immigrants. It's a move she made with a heavy heart.
I know that people will be moved by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
It's interesting that the killer was found with a bunch of No Kings anti-Trump protest flyers in his car, and he was a former Tim Walz appointee, so the likelihood he's on the left is high. Also, because of the current evidence, I don't think anyone is denying that this was a politically motivated assassination.
Well, maybe it's time for us to be a little meaner. Maybe it's time for us to be a little more fierce.
What did you mean by that? Earlier, that girl said you meant bullying, but seeing all the constant violent ideations and behaviors from the left, I'm thinking more so he was encouraging rioting and violence. And honestly, whether the assassin was a leftist or not, do you guys really want to live in a place where people now have to be afraid of getting murdered if a vote they make ends up being unpopular? All of you people who are crossing your fingers and hoping someone assassinates Trump, note that this happened to a Democrat. If they can do it to politicians that you hate, they will also do it to the ones that you like, which is why there must be a zero-tolerance policy on things like violent protesting and terrorism. Now, let's move the conversation away from the mentally ill radicals a slight bit. And let me be clear, I have my own political biases, but I love the fact that America has different political factions.
Oh, shit.
Different people with different priorities will bring important problems to your attention that you weren't aware of. And to simplify, I think it's the job of the left to say, hey, look at all this bad stuff the corporations are doing.
Alright, I'm gonna log out for a bit.
Hey, look at all
My
this
back
bad
is
stuff
starting
the
to hurt.
government is doing.
I gotta do some
perspectives
grocery
and learn more about the
shopping.
world. We are supposed
I'll
to
be back
disagree
on
and
later.
fight with each other on these issues.
Ugh.
Neither party is supposed to win 100%, and if that does happen, it's called authoritarianism. Being able to talk out our disagreements is what makes America great, but when one side is throwing fists, there is no longer a conversation. There's just, hey, that guy just threw a brick at someone's head. He needs to be stopped. Use lethal force if necessary. We don't have